Tere päevast ja
Good afternoon.
rector, President Kersti Kaljulaid,
Distinguished Rector, President Kersti Kaljulaid, Minister, guests of the conference,
partnerid, sõbrad,
cooperation partners, university colleagues, friends, welcome to the Strategy Plan Conference of University of Tartu, and we'd like to welcome everybody who is watching us online.
just nimelt selleks, et mõelda ka
Hopefully you are here to think along with us about the future of the University of Tartu.
10 aasta jooksul siin teekonnal ees on ootamas, millist
What awaits us over the next 10 years?
Tartu Ülikooli arengukava, nii Tartu Ülikooli
Which directions are determined by the strategic plan for University of Tartu and for society more broadly? It's not just a strategic document, it is a jointly designed vision of how to remain open in the world, but also fulfill the role as the national university in the development of Estonian society. And today is built on three main topic areas: responsible internationalization, academic succession, and knowledge transfer to society. And these topics not only characterize the university, but the vitality and the development of society. And every session will be introduced by the keynote speaker. Then we'll pass the floor to the vice rector responsible for the area. And we also have video clips from the street or from the university in between.
tudengite, töötajate,
Students, employees,
ülikooliga seotud isikute
and other people related to the university. So this Vox Populi street interviews, and
inimesed
we'll be able to listen to what people from inside the university think. And every session will finish with a panel discussion.
kõik teie, kes te olete täna
All of you
Tartu Ülikooli
who have joined us in the main hall of the University of Tartu or are joining us online can also pitch in. We really welcome your questions, critical questions about the strategic plan and development areas of Tartu University, because this is the only way we can go further and improve the vision for Tartu University. And we are using the Confenta environment, and you can see the slide on the screen. Use the QR code, use your smartphone, it will take you to the agenda, and
esitada küsimusi
you can submit your questions to the keynote speakers and also to the panelists.
ploki juures, katsume
Next to every panel discussion,
nendele neid küsimusi
we have the
otsida.
button to click for submitting questions, so we
Seal
can also
et
submit questions
tingimata
and ideas. So if you feel that you don't really have a question but a solution, an answer, then submit your ideas as well. We might not have time to discuss your ideas at length today, but these ideas will be forwarded to the people in the university who can analyze them further, so how to implement your ideas.
need ideed
And we hope that these ideas will carry the University of Tartu further. My name is Taavi Eilat, and I will
päeva siin
be the moderator today. Keep the reins on the discussions, and I hope that we all will have a fruitful, exciting day.
enne veel, kui läheme konkreetselt
And before we delve into the topics, we will pass the floor to Rector Toomas Asser.
Austatud külalised,
Distinguished guests and speakers, dear colleagues.
Professor Peeter Tulviste mälestusnädala puhul
On occasion of the commemoration week of Professor Peeter Tulviste, it is fitting to start today's conference with the very same words Peeter used to begin the 75th anniversary ceremony in this very hall in 1994, celebrating Estonian Language University. He said, from time to time, we need to remember our history to feel secure in lasting and duration, if necessary, to redefine ourselves and seek support and role models in history in our current aspirations. When we redefine ourselves, we need to pose the question, who are we? Where do we originate from? Where are we going? What are we leaving? What are we taking? And what are our priorities and what now is less important? In redefining the university, Peeter and his team had a much more complicated task than us now, because they had to set a completely new course. And Peeter clearly set his sights on the West. And with humor that characterized him, he said that the university can bring Estonia along as well. This was the correct course, and for more than 30 years, University of Tartu has kept this course very successfully. But even if the direction is the correct one, then from time to time we need to reassess it, and if necessary, we need to fine-tune it. And the strategic plans of the University of Tartu up until now have been compiled for 5 years, but this time we have set our sights further for 10 years. This means that not every step is described in detail in the strategic plan, but we have the main directions that define what topic areas and goals we need to pay more attention to. The main indicators of the university allow us to think that up until now, we have been on pretty much the right course. During the finishing strategic plan period, we have received more research funding, and the foreign partners network has expanded considerably. Also, our international visibility. And the new strategic plan does not start from a blank page, but is based on a very strong foundation. I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that the new strategic plan period will cover the 400th anniversary of the foundation of the University of Tartu. So it's fitting to remind ourselves that University of Tartu has been established, restored and redefined when it has been important to stand against the axis of evil on the basis of education and democratic thinking. The goal of today's conference is to introduce the new strategic plan and its central ideas. We, as mentioned, will be focusing on 3 main topics that should help us achieve changes over the next decade. And these are responsible internationalization, academic succession, and knowledge transfer to society. And to provide a context to each topic, we have asked the keynote speakers to word the most important bottlenecks and opportunities and expectations to the university. And the vice rectors will be introducing the university's goals and the factors that influence their fulfillment. And then we will discuss how the university, the state and companies can achieve these goals in the best possible way. Today's conference is not an in-house matter for the university. When half of Estonian research is conducted here, when 1/3 of all Estonian students study here, And more than half of Estonian new business is related to the university. Then it's clear that every decision that strengthens the University of Tartu also strengthens Estonian society and economy. Today we speak about shaping Estonian future, which is based on maintaining the capacity of the University of Tartu and increasing this capacity. Though our state is small, and some say tiny, it is our obligation and there is societal expectation placed on our shoulders, which is comparable to those of large nations' top universities. As a national university, in addition to research and teaching, it's also our task to maintain our language and culture. Recently, I participated at the Global University Leaders high-level meeting in Kyoto, and with some astonishment, I again experienced that Tartu University is actually quite well known globally, and the university's reputation has become excellent over the years. 35 years ago, when Peeter Tulviste set the compass for University of Tartu towards the west, then we went to study from developed countries. Now, quite many want to learn from us. And this means that in designing our future, in addition to Estonian self-criticism, we need to also be aware of our strengths and why not share them with others. In the new development plan, we have named development cooperation with universities as one of our objectives. And these are universities whose accession to European research and higher education space will help expand democracy and academic freedom. The question is, how do we fulfill this obligation or this objective in such a way that the bar is not too high nor too low? Do we consciously work towards helping universities from countries striving towards Europe to join international networks like University of Turku and Uppsala did with our university years ago? And we know that the support of these universities really boosted our development and also helped us expand our international cooperation. So maybe one of the objectives should also be establishing a college of Tartu University in Ukraine. In any case, it could be our mission to bring together strong universities in Europe with those who are seeking their way towards academic freedom and democracy. Academic freedom is one of the most important values in global context. Estonia is in second place currently in the Global Academic Freedom Index. And based on these charts, we see that the United States has quickly fallen from the very top to the bottom. In Europe and in Estonia, there are discussions of maybe establishing separate measures to bring the best intellectual potential from the United States here. Or should we stand by our attitude we have had so far that all internationally high-level scientists are welcome at Tartu University, independent of their country of origin? Because every high-level scientist who would join University of Tartu would help improve the quality of research in University of Tartu and in Estonia at large. Speaking about defense of freedom, I'd like to pose another question. If national defense, in addition to military defense, also means peace spending, then does the state have readiness to allocate the part of the peace to University of Tartu? This presumes the understanding that if the university is internationally open and part of the European higher education space where academic freedom is protected, then the society itself is better protected from narrow-mindedness, anti-research, false information, and those who desire an autocratic regime. And internationalization does not mean losing our identity. To the contrary, it means strengthening our impact. The society has a justified expectation that the kind of research is done at university that can be implemented quickly. I emphasize quickly. At the same time, we know that we need to protect the kind of research that takes decades to ripen. As we often see in the case of research that receives Nobel Prizes. And it's often quite complicated for society to understand the latter, but our obligation as a university is to strike that balance. The question in the last session of discussions today is how to strike that balance. So hopefully we will hear about ideas how to do that. And I hope to hear ideas about the following. If Estonia is well known as a launching pad for deep technology and innovation, then how do we make sure that this knowledge transfer is not hindered by unnecessary legal restrictions and red tape? We are a small nation, and history so far has shown that if we have the will, we can respond quickly and introduce a number of important changes, but only if we understand what really matters. As the research level of the University of Tartu is not sustainable without high-quality higher education, then education will hopefully be one of the main topics during the discussions today. Of course, it is our obligation to provide students with the kind of education that allows them to leave the university and go spread their wings elsewhere in Estonia, in the world, in order to maintain our education and medical systems, to make the best choices for Estonia, and to take over the work of the so-called winners generation so far as professional leaders in both the public and private sector. But if we think that during the 10-year strategic plan period, we can provide education for 2 generations for master students, or that students who walk in the doors of University of Tartu in 2035, the last year of our strategic plan, they're currently in 2nd grade. So that makes our responsibility very clear. The task of the university and the state is to provide these young people and with good education and make them a promise that Estonia will remain in the European value space where higher education is available and accessible to all talented youth who want to study. When the higher education decisions on the state level are made with a 1-year outlook, then the university must give certainty to students for at least 5 years. And when we speak about higher levels of higher education, like doctoral studies, then at least for 10 years. This discussion that this is not a competition of universities for budget, but it's taking responsibility for the future of these young people and for academic succession. Over the next 5 years, we probably will not have time to agree on all the activities over the next decade. But if all of us leave with a few new ideas that are deserving of development, then the conference has fulfilled its main goal. And I hope that today's discussions will carry academic integrity, have substance, and are courageous, display ambition, and point out the discomfort that we cover all the necessary topics. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this week we are celebrating Peeter Tulviste's 80th anniversary, and 2 books have been published on this occasion. One containing Peeter's own valuable and I would say timeless lectures, and in the other, the memories of his colleagues and friends. And all the speakers today will receive these books as a sign of our gratitude before the official release of these publications tomorrow. To finish, I wish everybody who is in the audience today, here in the main hall and remotely, that you really think along. In the age of AI, University of Tartu needs to remain a place where we have original ideas and knowledge created by people. Thank you. Enjoy the day.
Thank you to Professor Toomas Hendrik, the rector of University of Tartu. And indeed, I hope you have great ideas today, but let's continue with the content. Our first topic is responsible internationalization. And I would like to remind you that you can ask questions after the panel discussion, and you can also propose your ideas through this online platform that I introduced you beforehand. But now the main speaker of this topic is someone who has made internationalization one of his most important topics, President Toomas Hendrik Ilves, who is such an international man that unfortunately he couldn't be here in the hall with us, because while we are talking here, he's on a plane. That's why his presentation is recorded, and we will hear a video recording as suitable to Mr. President. Of course, there are a lot of things to say. Therefore, since he allowed us, we will listen to this presentation in a bit faster speed, because our schedule is busy. I cannot be with you. I'm on a plane while you have your conference. However, I wanted to talk today about things that have troubled me for a long time. When I look at the situation in the world, or when I look at where the University of Tartu is and how these 2 things relate to each other. I will not talk too much about language today, though I know this is a topic that often comes up when we talk about internationalization. I will start with language, however, but this topic will transition to another one. When the University of Tartu was founded in 1632, when it was Academia Gustaviana, we know that at that time the scientific language was Latin. We also know that until the World War II, the natural language of scientific communication in our region would have been German. A century ago, this was true not only in Estonia, but also in the US, for example. For example, for physics, for the studies in physics, even when I attended university, my alma mater in the US required knowledge of German or Russian to obtain a PhD in physics. Today, neither is required. English has become our lingua franca. And perhaps one day, especially if we don't take responsibility for our future in this rapidly changing geopolitical landscape, we will meet and discuss in Mandarin. Who knows? I won't talk too much about language and academia. I was asked to talk about the internationalization of higher education, and I will focus on this in times of geopolitical turbulence. Not on how difficult or dangerous everything is, but I will focus on what are our opportunities. I will do this from a slightly different perspective, namely how to reshape the academic world in the face of geopolitical shocks and how to turn today's crisis into our opportunities. I would like to start with an apocryphal joke that unfortunately reveals a truth. The story begins in Los Alamos, New Mexico in the 1940s. At that time, it was a top-secret place for designing nuclear weapons, which was a part of the US Manhattan Project during the World War II. In this story that is told, then the physicists Edward Teller, John von Neumann, Leo Szilard, and Robert Oppenheimer are discussing problems of building the atomic bomb. Oppenheimer, who was an American, leaves, and one of the three others says, "Good, now we can speak Hungarian again." I must first add that this story, first of all, isn't true, but I would also like to say that John von Neumann, along with Alan Turing, was one of the fathers of computer sciences. And they were those who established the entire field. He also drew upon his classical European education, inventing the term cybernetics, which comes from the Greek word kybernetes, meaning helmsman. This was in the 40s. Later, the Americans shortened it to cyber, and in Estonia we use a similar word. But as I said, the story is fiction, but the meaning is quite a different one. Teller, von Neumann, and Szilard weren't simply brilliant physicists who happened to be Hungarians in the US. They were refugees who had fled an increasingly authoritarian Europe in the 30s and 40s. So academia doesn't float above history, we could say. Political earthquakes move scientists, funding, ideas, and the balance of intellectual power across borders. Throughout the modern and Western history, political and especially geopolitical changes have had a profound impact on universities and scientific and educational institutions. We can look at the last 100 years, for example, and it's possible to observe 4 waves that reshaped modern academia. These waves came from 4 major shocks or upheavals. Some were larger, some smaller, which brought paradigm-shifting impacts on our academic, intellectual, economic, and cultural life, and equally importantly, on the economic success of countries that either lost or received qualified refugees. First, the biggest upheaval, the most famous one, was in the 30s and 40s, when hundreds of thousands fled Nazi and Soviet repressions to the US. It was a migration that transformed American science, humanities, and arts for generations. This applies especially to primarily German-speaking Europe, when primarily Jewish scientists, scholars, artists, and writers fled to the US, bringing to that country's intellectual and academic life an immense wealth that, as I said, we can see to this day. Germany, however, has probably never recovered from its intellectual mass loss. The list of some who found refuge in the US is simply astounding. They weren't just scientists who made America great for the first time. Philosophers like Leo Strauss and Hannah Arendt, both of whom had a profound impact on the 20th century's social and political thought. Writers like Thomas Mann, Stefan Zweig, Vladimir Nabokov also fled European tyranny. In music and cinema, I can further list Sergei Rachmaninov, Igor Stravinsky, Otto Klemperer, Billy Wilder, Fritz Lang, Marlene Dietrich, Peter Lorre, Joseph von Sternberg, Otto Preminger, Max Ophüls, and Alexander Korda, who all ended up in the US. From social sciences, Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, Erich Fromm, Herbert Marcuse, Albert Einstein moved to the US to escape European repressions. Many of them were connected to the New York University in exile. This was the name back then, and it became later the still opening New School for Social Research. The second great exodus, to quote the Bible, began in 1971, when the Soviet Jewish aliyah to Israel started after the USSR lifted the ban on the emigration of Jewish so-called refuseniks. About 150,000 people left the Soviet Union, mostly to Israel. Israelis will tell you even today that receiving and funding Soviet-trained scientists laid the foundation for Israel's high-tech economy and scientific excellence. The third major shock, perhaps it was a bit smaller than the previous two, occurred after the 1989 and also after 1991. This was connected to the collapse of communism. This in turn triggered the departure of low-paid, undercapitalized scientists from Central and Eastern Europe and from the USSR to Western Europe and the US. This process continued through the early 90s and early 2000s. In this case, it was no longer a direct flight from repressions, as in 1930s Europe, or in the 60s and 70s in the Soviet Union. Rather, it was a rational response in search of work and funding. Scientists and other academics in Central and Eastern Europe and in the Soviet Union were already criminally underpaid. They were undercapitalized, perhaps except wartime. When communist regimes collapsed, their academia often collapsed as well. Again, bright minds left their homelands, not to find political asylum, but to earn a reasonable salary and to work in their field. Sadly, even here in Estonia and in other Baltic countries, we suffered from the departure of some of our academics. The fourth wave, this is happening right now. This is namely the crisis in the US that we are watching from the sidelines, if we are watching at all. And we should pay attention to it. Major state and public scientific institutions, also elite universities, are experiencing politically motivated dismissals, abrupt cancellations of fundings, strategic hostility from the government. Thousands of doctoral and postdoctoral researchers in the US have been abruptly dismissed from the institutes such as the National Institutes of Health. This is the world's largest medical research institution, and it's the world's largest funder of medical and behavioral sciences. The Environmental Protection Agency plans to dismiss over 1,000 scientists in just one scientific field. We could continue at length with various scientific institutions or state agencies. But here's just a small example of how extensive and thoughtless this activity currently is. So a Department of Energy, their subdivision called the National Nuclear Security Administration, dismissed dozens of employees overnight. And suddenly the administration realized they had laid off the entire staff of the entire Nuclear Safety Agency. In other words, all of US nuclear safety was organized by these few dozen people, and suddenly they were gone. And then there was a panicked search to find them again. This was difficult because they had simultaneously and in one day deleted all of their email accounts. Other government-run science centers and even more scientists at major universities are finding that their grants have suddenly been cancelled due to the Trump administration's general anger at the American elite universities. In short, academia and science in the US faces a crisis. For the first time in the United States, but unlike everything that has happened in history, which has so far brought scientists to the US, now it offers tremendous opportunities to countries that provide work to these dismissed people, so they can continue in their field. Some European universities, for example, I mentioned France, Germany and Switzerland, they are already sharpening their teeth and making offers to these dismissed scientists, employees. And of course, China has already rolled out the red carpet, but not only for Chinese origin scientists, but also for others, making them offers to open laboratories and continue their work in Red China. So, regardless of weekly headlines, the net effect is clear. Tens and hundreds of thousands by now. So hundreds of thousands of trained scientists and scholars are reconsidering where they can continue their work. Europe, as I mentioned, but also China, have noticed it. The question is now, have we in Estonia, has the University of Tartu noticed it? I argue that this is a great opportunity for us, if we can take advantage of it. What I see is that the Nordic and Baltic region countries have been slower in understanding these opportunities. We are less flexible, and sometimes I fear we are a bit more provincial and cautious. We value quality and process, but history, as we know from our own experiences in the 90s, either with the EU or digitalization, history favors those who move first. When people of extraordinary caliber are relocated, the countries that welcome them gain a lasting advantage in laboratories, classrooms, but also in their economy. We have our own history as well, I would like to underline, regarding refugees, people who flee oppression or repression. Especially, we saw this in Sweden. A large number of first and second generation refugee scientists found jobs at Swedish universities. Dr. Hein Rebas once argued that 75% of University of Tartu's scientists found refuge in Sweden, and they continued their careers over there. But we also have a different history in what concerns receiving refugees. The first refugee scholars and writers after the Bolshevik terror in Russia during 1918 and 20 found refuge in Estonia. And even later, it's strange when we think about it, that during the Soviet occupation, the University of Tartu accepted the still most cited Soviet social scientist in the West, the philosopher and semiotics researcher Yuri Lotman. As a Jew during Stalin's era, he couldn't find work in Leningrad. To this day, we know an entire school in the field of semiotics bears his name, while his work in Tartu put the university on the map in the non-communist world, and that already in the 60s and 70s. Especially in the case of Yuri Lotman, we can see how the University of Tartu, how it was open to people from elsewhere, how if it receives them, this brings tremendous benefits and advantages to the university itself, being open to others. But I would like to add here, and again, based on Lotman's example, we shouldn't, when we think about how to bring people to Tartu, we shouldn't only take scientists who deal with natural or exact sciences. We should also consider how a cultural renaissance occurred in America, for example, in soft sciences, when philosophers like Hannah Arendt, Leo Strauss, and social theorists like Horkheimer, Adorno, Fromm, Marcuse, or writers like Mann, Zweig, and Nabokov moved to the States. And they enriched the culture over there. As we know, ecosystems, including the scientific ones, flourish on intellectual diversity. But what should we do? As a refugee asked once. I think what the university should do is make it clear to today's von Neumanns, Adornos, Arendts, Manns, and their equivalents that they can have a home in Tartu. They can work here. We must understand the scale of the catastrophe facing the American academic and scientific community. We should consider changing our quite strict policies regarding immigration from outside the EU. It's true, since the massive wave of mainly unskilled labor immigration to Europe from the Middle East and Africa in 2015, the policies have become even stricter. So, what should we do then? First, we should create a fast track for American talent. We should ask the government to create a pilot project for such a points-based residence permit, let's say, specifically for scientists from outside the EU. and primarily from allied democracies. Initially, this should be specifically for the US. We should pilot it in such a way that it's based, as I said, on a points system. For example, the higher the degree, the more citations, the more interesting the portfolio, the greater the awards, leadership of funded projects or contributions. All of these things give a person additional points, which allow them to move to Estonia. And we should do it in such a way that it doesn't require an immediate employment contract. We should just accept these people, welcome them, say, here's an opportunity to live in Estonia, here are the opportunities to get work. But we should be quite open. I personally think, and I know that this is very difficult in our time when the defense spending is already very high, but still, that we could still fund people's moving here. My proposal would be to create a targeted talent fund, and this could co-finance the salaries of the people that are being received, startup projects funding, give them access to laboratories. We should create some postdoc opportunities, provide language training. This should be structured based on competitiveness, but also we should do it quickly. What I mean by that is if someone applies, it shouldn't take us years before the process goes through. We should make it happen in such a way that, for example, in 6 weeks, there would be a decision that, yes, there is a position, or here's an opportunity to come to our laboratory. I know that speed is something we once dealt with, but now it has fallen to the background. But nevertheless, right now, there's such an opportunity to get something done if we act quickly. I also often emphasize the need to aim for comprehensiveness. We should think about social sciences as well, humanities, arts, because these are fields where pressure is felt as well. We could even say that even greater pressure is felt in these fields than in the so-called harder or scientific fields. But at the same time, I would think that we should give at least, at some point, 60% to exact sciences, natural sciences, medical sciences, or engineering. An important criterion is the level and comprehensiveness of our own approach. This, in a way, would be like an insurance policy that guarantees we get a lot back from this process. But here, naturally, the language question arises. I started with it. Currently, the scientific language, or the language in science, is English. This shouldn't be an obstacle for us. At the University of Tartu, many courses are already in English. The approach should be such that Estonian language or the proficiency of it is a bonus, but it shouldn't be an obstacle in the first contract period. And we should create even more efficient, intensive courses for people so it's easier to come to work for us. And I will remember that Hannah Arendt, for example, didn't speak a word of English when she first arrived in America. Yet, where would Western philosophy or American philosophy be without Hannah Arendt? Another thing I believe that we should do is to follow Israel's example. We should create partnerships with academies abroad, but also partnerships with companies, incubators, hospitals, cultural institutions. We can see how, in Israel, this incoming talent sowed startups, started clinical trials, art galleries were open, and so on. Now, when we think about objections, what could this be? It's also important to us to find reasons why something can't be done. Most importantly, let me cite the usual argument that is that we can't compete with American salaries. That's true, we can't. However, when you have lost your job or when you are facing a politically chilling environment, then that's not important. When the choice is unemployment in your chosen field and your family has no prospects, when the political atmosphere becomes increasingly unpleasant, well, many people choose emigration, as they have done in earlier times. And here, in this part of the world, we can offer stability, freedom to research, excellent infrastructure, including extremely cheap but quality healthcare, which if anyone knows anything about the US, this is one of the biggest problems over there. And an unemployed person no longer has health insurance, and prices are incredibly high over there. We also have a friendly academic community. So all of these things count much more than salary when scientists are about to decide where to build their careers. Then there is always this objection that English isn't our national or our language. Well, I believe this is less of a problem today than it ever was. We know in Tartu that English is the working language for science, industry, especially in science and technology. But yet, if such an objection comes, let's be pragmatic. Let's welcome people first and then teach them the language. Another objection then is that budget doesn't allow it. Well, Israel in the 90s, they also had scarce resources when it first launched their technological incubator program in 1991. And then they created something now, which is now called the Israel Innovation Authority. At that time, Israel's GDP per capita was $14,000. Now, 30 years later, Israel has become a world technology leader. And it all started with the government offering spaces for laboratories, seed capital, mentorship. This transformed Israel's economy. This was done not only by the Israeli state, but also by universities such as Technion, Weizmann, Hebrew University, Tel Aviv University, which started in the 90s with the Soviet-trained scholars. But through all of this, the level of applied mathematics, theoretical computer science, and physics rose absolutely to world class.
Absoluutselt maailma tippu. Nii et mina, ütleme.
So when I think about where Tartu would be strong and where the US has suffered so much, I believe it's precisely in medicine, genetic technology. We have similar opportunities to make really great advances with those unemployed people who, as we know, were at the world's top in America. But due to the current politics where thousands of doctors and biologists are being laid off, I believe that we have great prospects here if we decide to act. Now, when we think briefly about what we should do, then in my opinion, we need targeted funding. Together with university priorities, we need much more lenient visa policies that would work or could work on a points basis. The greater the achievements, the easier it is to come, live and work in Estonia. But looking more broadly, we can't, to use the English term, just outsource our future. We can't assume that if we do nothing, then others will do it and it somehow will come back to us. If we are passive, others will attract talent and reap the benefits. If we act, this will strengthen not only our university, but we will also raise Estonia's entire scientific, cultural and economic metabolism. Meanwhile, in the US, the labor market for such people whom we want and need is sharply declining due to these cuts and layoffs and the declining US economy. Already in the 27th March issue, the scientific journal Nature described the following. I would like to remind you that this was 2 months after Donald Trump took office. And I would like to quote, "Massive changes in the US science brought by President Trump's new administration are causing many scientists in the country to reconsider their lives and careers. More than 1,200 scientists who responded to Nature's survey, 3/4 of all of the respondents are considering leaving the US after these disruptions caused by Donald Trump. Europe and Canada were among the main relocation destinations, according to their words. But just a month ago, on September 27th, The Guardian they published an article, "The US faces history's largest mass layoffs as Trump continues deep cuts." And I quote once again, "The expected total number of departures through the attrition programs, voluntary separation incentive programs, and early retirement programs. This number is approximately 275,000 employees from science or in scientific fields. They are entering a depressed labor market. The unemployment rate in August 2025 rose to 4.3%. It's the highest level since 2021. And only 22,000 new jobs were added amid in the middle of disruptions and uncertainty caused by Trump's tariffs." So, ladies and gentlemen, what should we do then? Our answer should be simple. Let's open our doors, reduce obstacles, and compete to win. History doesn't wait, and neither should we. Thank you.
Aitäh!
Thank you, President Toomas Hendrik Ilves. I'd like to remind you that whilst we are gathering here, he is on a plane and therefore could not be present. So took lots of notes based on this presentation, but one key word stood out, which was speed and pace. So if the university wants, then it can accelerate. But I don't know what the next speakers feel, since we can't accelerate you, but you will have a countdown clock in front of you. So now we will look at the university level. So, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Aune Valk, will speak about responsible internationalization from the aspect of the university. Distinguished presidents present and on a plane, distinguished rectors, minister, dear guests. There's little time, let's get to it. To begin with, I'd like to provide a brief overview of where we currently are in order to look at where we want to go and why. The number of objectives regarding internationalization in the strategic plan so far have had to do with foreign students and employees number, foreign funding for research, and more study migration. Earlier also with the establishment of English language study programs. There's no separate goal for research cooperation, but I'll use it as one of the indicators. As you can see, it's one of our strengths. In the last 10 years, 3/4 of our publications have been born in international cooperation, and this cooperation is global. On the slide, you can see how we've progressed in the last decade and with small fluctuations, but in general, the situation is moderately good. Under every graph, we have an example of a partner university with a share of foreign students. The situation has been complicated in recent years, but the hieroglyphs are quite interesting here, which should be numbers, but I don't think I can do anything to change this right now. So this is just an example that at the University of Tartu, the number of foreign students right now makes up 8%, but in the University of Helsinki, which is a bit of a role model for us, the share of English language study programs is bigger, but the share of foreign students is 6%, and in our case, foreign staff is 20%, but in University of Groningen it's 44%, and we might ask, do we want so many foreign staff here, and could we absorb them? And to get a quick overview, we put together an index from these figures that you can see the changes across sectors. And I'll say that green is natural and exact sciences, red is medical sciences, purple is humanities and arts, and yellow is social sciences. On the x-axis, we have a research index, and y-axis education indicator based on 3 components. And you can check from the table what are the indicators. And the maximum for each indicators out of 3 is 100 points. So altogether, it's possible to get 300 points. And as you can see, then in natural and exact sciences, the internationalization goals have been met, and all areas in the past decade, 2014, 2015 is the beginning, and 2024 is the place we've gotten to. So in all areas, in studies and research, we have improved in internationalization. I leave this slide on so you can take a look at the numbers. And now on to why we are becoming more international. The biggest objective is quality, of course, capacity to compete in global scale. It's difficult to measure quality. We recognize it ourselves, and for better or worse, it's also recognized by the International Universities ranking list, where in the last couple of years, we have been around the 300th position. But thinking about what has taken place over the last few decades, where the number of students at Western universities has decreased twofold, from 30% to 15%, and in international ranking lists, Western universities' number among the first 200 has also decreased, then maybe standing still isn't the worst thing. And we still have a very good reputation in Estonia, and our internationalization is one of the reasons why. A second internationalization objective is the Estonian labor market, to provide highly skilled foreign employees. In 2022-23, over half of the graduates, foreign graduates from Tartu University stayed in Estonia. It's even 75% in IT, and altogether, as tax income for Estonia, this is 3.1 million euros. This is as much as the university makes as tuition from foreign students. Considering that the birth rate is declining and there's a labor shortage, then this goal in internationalization is becoming more important. The state has also worded its 2035 development plan talent policy, including developing the measures meant for foreign students. We hope this policy will be established, and we're willing to contribute. And if half of the tax income from foreign students were used for a talent policy, then this would bring considerable benefits. The third objective in internationalization is to support the sustainability of the academic environment. People, where we don't have enough Estonian language employees or students, we are going to start having a deficit of Estonian students in about 7 years, when the number of upper secondary school graduates will diminish, and the funding for university and higher education will not increase, and then we have a boost in the number of students. Then can we fit them all in Estonian universities? But the future has to do with how much we can replace the diminishing Estonian student numbers with foreign students. And the fourth internationalization goal is funding in research and studies. In research, foreign funding makes up a quarter, which is considerable. Without it, we would not be the kind of research university we currently are. Asking for tuition for English language studies only makes up 2.5%. But we want English language studies to be sustainable in a situation where the state doesn't fund it and on the first education level forbids it. So this much about yesterday and today. When we look at tomorrow, it's complicated. There's no reason to hope that the international environment is going to become much easier to bring very good foreign students and employees to a small country's small town with a bizarre language is a challenge that we have overcome so far. So another map here without the numbers, but with the war, inflation, and a tense education budget, this challenge has become a problem. The students don't dare to come here, and we don't dare to accept them all. 60 to 70% of the students on English language study programs come from outside Europe, and the foreign visiting students mainly come from Europe. We have proposed a plan geared towards increasing the share of EU students and students from third countries paying tuition. We will place more emphasis on marketing in European countries and start using agents outside Europe, so including Southern America, where receiving an Estonian visa will come technically simpler from next year, so thank you to the state. And the other direction is joint study programs and adding elements of joint programs to existing programs, and this type of cooperation-based study programs already make up half of our English language study programs. So there is more cooperation potential with our partners, including in-light partners. The European Commission has established the European degree, which we have been a bit skeptical of, but it has changed things. And the new direction in international studies in the future should be virtual study migration. And I will be summing up our own activities and expectations to the state that I have covered already, and some I will cover. We started with virtual study migration for students with our in-light partners this year to Göttingen and Kent universities. In the last couple of years, we've also had web-based micro degrees with SDEV funding to Ukraine. And we have offered support for applying for foreign funding and return, including from the US in the past, which Toomas Hendrik Ilves also referred to. This leads me to a new direction of the strategic plan. We haven't perceived it as a challenge so far and have not highlighted it in strategic plan so far. This is development cooperation and protecting academic freedom. The university's autonomy and openness are our core values, and this has helped with us being in second place globally in academic freedom. This is expert opinion-based assessment based on 5 topics, and in recent years several European countries have dropped down on the list, especially the light purple color of the US speaks volumes. Ukraine is a good partner for us for development cooperation, but we should look at things more broadly. Just recently, cooperation proposal to instruct African teachers reached us. If we only had the people. The Ukrainian Center of the university, established 2 years ago, works with 5 universities plus lots of different projects, 20 of them or more. To sum up, as Thomas Asser said already, then tomorrow and this week we are celebrating Peter Tullise's 80th anniversary. And to remind the younger of you, he was the rector of the university 30 years ago from 93 to 98, and whose huge achievement was opening to the university to the foreign world. Look at where we currently are. He made a very good start of it. It's difficult to imagine a world in 10 or 30 years from now. The external environment is in the flux of changes. There are demographic, economic, technological, ecological, and geopolitical changes taking place, which 5 years ago we only spoke about theoretically as megatrends, but currently have arrived. We need to use our unique experience in carrying out fast changes and adapting. I wish success to all of us. Thank you.
Aitäh, Aune Valk.
Thank you, Aune Valk, for this overview.
Tahtsid siin rahvusvahelist
Slides really wanted to draw this international picture to us.
enne veel, kui me lähme
Now, before we continue with the panel discussion, for which many questions have arrived already through the platform we introduced before, I will leave time for that towards the end of the panel discussion so we can take your questions, your input as well. But now we have the opportunity to watch a video clip. It's a couple of minutes long, and we carried out this survey among university students, employees, and we asked about responsible internationalization. So let's look at the screens. What do you think? What would make the University of Tartu world famous in 10 years? I think certainly world-class teacher education and scientific work.
Meie tegeleme vananemise immunoloogiaga, et ma arvan, et see võib küll Tartu Ülikooli kuulsaks teha.
Video has English subtitles, so I won't interpret this.
Ma arvan, et Tartu Ülikool ongi tegelikult maailmakuulus Eesti kõige suurem ja ainus ülikool maailmas, kus saab eesti keeles õppida. Ma arvan, et see on see, mis võiks jõuda kogu maailma. Et meil on kõrgharidust pakkuv institutsioon, üks ja ainus, ja et eesti keeles saab teha kõike.
Ma arvan, et meie teadlased, sellepärast, et ise ma olen psühholoogia instituudis ja meil on ikkagi üpris mitu juba maailmas tuntud isiksuse psühholoogi näiteks. Nii et ma arvan, et just meie teadustööd teeb meid kuulsaks.
Tiksu ka teeb kuulsaks või?
No ta on siuke huvitav tegelaskuju. Miks mitte?
I think the University of Tartu has a very interesting opportunity also due to its location, because it's one of the few universities that's really big in like North and Eastern Europe. Also with the relationships with Russia, of course, which has been developing military and with the tents, I think there's a huge opportunity to really specialize on that.
Kas ja kuidas peaks ülikool tegema rahvusvahelist koostööd?
Ma arvan, et see ülioluline, et ma olen elanud igal pool maailma riikides, Gruusias, ja seal on läbi aegade näiteks grusiinid, kes on õppinud Tartu Ülikoolis, nad on kõige paremad ja suuremad Eesti saadikud. See, kuidas nad räägivad Eestist ja Tartu Ülikoolist ja see on kõige ilusam aeg nende elust olnud, et see rahvusvaheline koostöö, see on ka meile kasulik, et me saame teistsugust vaatenurka, kultuurilised erinevused on sotsiaalteadustes igal pool väga, väga olulised, et mida mitmekesisem, seda paremad tulemused.
Kas ja kuidas peaks ülikool tegema rohkem koostööd rahvusvahelisel tasandil, olgu see ettevõtete teiste ülikoolidega, mil iganes viisil?
Rahvusvahelisel tasandil, ma arvan, me teeme juba päris head koostööd, et puhtalt näiteks enda näitest ma ise käisin Erasmuse programmil just hiljuti ja tegelikult meie ülikoolid on ka Erasmusel hästi esindatud, et siia on võimalik tulla välismaalt õppima ja tegelikult õpitakse ka palju.
Tegelikult käib see rahvusvaheline koostöö ka väga palju sellisel personaalsel tasandil. Ehk et meie oma teadlaste avatus ja uudisimu on see, mis tagab selle, et teha ägedat teadust koos oma väliskolleegidega.
Ja suur tänu arvajatele.
Thank you very much to the interviewees, and we will be able to listen to similar opinions 2 more times today. But now on to a discussion round on the same topic, and I will ask on stage Professor of Applied Technology Studies Kristjan Vassil and Professor Elmer Sterken, member of the Council of University of Tartu, Professor of Monetary Economics, University of Groningen, and Professor of Psycholinguistics, Virve Anneli Vihman, and Head of the Center for Educational Programs at the Estonian Education and Youth Board, Heli Aru Chabilan.
ja et Tartu Ülikool on rahvusvaheline ülikool.
Tartu University is an international university, but still a national university. So the discussion will take place in Estonian, but some of the answers will be provided in English, and we are providing simultaneous interpretation for the conference. I was planning to have substantial questions for this panel discussion, but I'd like to start by asking all of you, like Toomas Hendrik Ilves, what to do about internationalization? Well, I don't know. Maybe to begin with, I'd like to clear something up. When we speak about internationalization, it feels like it's all very tense. When I speak to people at the university, then there's no tension. Everybody understands it in the same way. Tartu University, as a national university, is international. It has been from the very beginning. And it's not possible to structure and build up a university like ours in another way. Maybe there's some tension to do with studies, in some specialties, doctoral studies, but when it comes to research, then it's not a point of tension. And the tensions come in from the outside and maybe from political circles that sort of fluctuate based on a 4-year election pattern. Elmer Sterken, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that internationalization is quite natural to universities, at least to my university. So we can't do without, but I think that the term responsible internationalization is also quite applicable. Today, at my university, just to give you a few numbers, 30% of the students is non-Dutch, and about 40% of the staff members is non-Dutch. But today, the current political situation in the Netherlands is a bit anti-internationalization, which is a big worry for us as a university. But of course, like everybody's saying, the benefits are huge. If you look at the research, I just had a look at the data. If you look at the common publications between the University of Tartu and the University of Groningen, then they get a field-weighted citation index of 27, which is 27, the world average. So that indicates that it is really a benefit to the university. But also in studies, if you look at the students, the experience that they get from their studies, being abroad and bringing their networks also back home, that's an enormous value. So I'm a big proponent. Okay, thank you.
Virve Anneli Vihman, mida teha?
What to do? Well, I would say that we are in a very good position right now compared to 20 years ago. The general opinion and situation really support internationalization. And of course, internationalization is a process. There's never one destination. The content in time also changes. And so right now we need responsible internationalization. I think this is the right key word. I think that in general, people value it, that heterogeneity and diverse thinking supports learning and research. And I would also emphasize that foreign students should receive more attention. We should focus more on inviting them here and also maintaining them. They are our best ambassadors globally. In addition to improving the overall study and research environment, but we will be coming back to these topics. And Heliaru, same question to you. I would say that when we compare our internalization journey of the past 20 years, then actually we have progressed very nicely. When we look at all kinds of different indicators for Tartu University, but on state level as well, then we have nothing to be ashamed of. But I also believe that the surrounding environment has changed a lot. 20 years ago, when we started the journey with very positive and happy attitudes, thinking it will only bring us good things, then the world around us has changed. And I think that currently this is the time to clearly word on state level what we want to get from internationalization. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing it for exchange students? Why are we doing it for students who are coming here for a long period of study? What do we want to get from it as a state? I think it's time to review it and maybe rethink it a little bit. There's a reason to. So we heard some key words to grab onto. So University of Tartu's role as a national university in a geopolitical world. Kristjan Vassil, you have proposed the topic of a Ukrainian college. So can you introduce this a bit? Well, maybe we should speak about the role of the university during war, not in a geopolitical situation. That's the soft term. There's war behind the borders. So what can we do and what can we not do? One thing that we can do and we have done is with our close partner universities from Europe, with different unions, GIL, Leru, we have explained again and again what the dangers are, where the dangers are, and who is the actual danger. It might sound trivial looking at it from this part of the world, but when you go 500 or 1,000 kilometers more towards the west, all kinds of questions are raised, and we need to explain on all levels where we meet. Ukrainian College is a very specific applied operation. Our university has been established in 1632 for geopolitical reasons. To govern this part of the woods with something other than weapons, with intellectual power. Isn't it our generation's opportunity and maybe obligation to help set the cornerstone in place in Ukraine, because the intellectual power lasts much longer than the power of weapons? And the same question to the rest of you, the role of a university during war, how to define it, what should it be?
Yeah, maybe I can comment quickly on that. So what we did at my university is that we installed a committee on knowledge, what we call knowledge security. So there are opportunities, obviously, but there are also risks. And we also recently installed a committee on what we call sensitive relationships. That's clearly a kind of boundary, I think, to internationalization. So you have a responsibility, of course, to help, but there are also risks attached to that. And I think that's a thing that we maybe have underestimated for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course, there are risks. I'm afraid that in certain contexts, we maybe have been too stringent regarding the risks. And with this principle, I'll give an example from our institute. We received European funding from the Share project, where it was possible to employ postdocs. And the first in the ranking list was a Russian citizen who left Russia after the beginning of the war, and ever since, as far as I know, has been in Germany and has worked on developing Ukrainian language core. So every single action has demonstrated this person's political attitude, but we're not able to employ this person because over the past year they have one publication co-authored with somebody who's affiliated to a Russian university. It seems to me that it's a bit too extreme. So we should take advantage not only of situation where Americans want to leave the US, like Toomas Hendrik Ilves discussed, but to maybe be more case by case in our approach regarding people who are not just from Ukraine, but related to the situation in Ukraine. You can be more nuanced. And of course, we need to mitigate the risks. So there's a tension between opportunities and dangers. Haley, is it so that in the system there's too much strictness and inflexibility that you cannot be lenient at all, even if you want to? We don't speak enough about these things, I think, between different institutions. And when we do discuss it, then we only discuss it from the perspective of risks. So it seems to me that with internationalization overall, we should look at the world more broadly. So in this changing situation, how have others responded? Nobody knows that it's off the agenda, or countries are dealing with it in a targeted way. And it seems to me that maybe one of the things that we could do better in Estonia is strategic cooperation between different institutions. To also realize our national interests. Now, if I comment more on the Ukrainian issue and the college, then of course I don't know very much about university in-house discussions about this, but what I've seen in international cooperation is that it's really helpful for Ukrainians if we provide material assistance and infrastructure, but also moral assistance, which in a state of war definitely helps keep a clear view and sound mind. So University of Tartu can definitely contribute here in working with Ukraine and in development cooperation overall. And the Estonian Development Cooperation Center recently also passed the second pillar assessment in Europe that really helps us to support development cooperation more, and these funds can be used by different study institutions in Estonia. But the kind of examples that Virve gave to better manage these cases and not to overmanage them, then we should speak more, discuss more with the representatives of different sectors and about the overall picture of internationalization. The reputation of Tartu University and coming here. So, Kristina Vassil, the state of war, has it changed the situation that people don't want to come here because we are next to the border? Well, Aune actually showed us on the slides that there's a clear impact. But even if we take out the war situation, then what we want is to bring talents. And Eli says, let's set objectives. Yes, I think we can do that. And we can't have an exhaustive list. But what we want here is wisdom and intelligence. We want wise, intelligent people here. But the state, should it help with this? Like Toomas Hendrik Ilves said, point system. Well, yes, maybe not exactly a point system. I haven't thought it through, but I know that several of our institutes are already working on it. And one of the barriers, let's mention that as well, one of the barriers we're speaking about in the very beginning is the language and language requirements. I think we can state it that Estonian language is valuable at the university, it's protected, but it does not have to be ensured on every individual's level who comes here. It needs to be guaranteed on the level of a research group, for example. And then we can have a balance between high-level research and our language and culture, because if we sacrifice one of them, then the overall answer will be zero. And what do you think, so Elmer Sterken? So it shouldn't be individual level to speak Estonian fluently, but on maybe research group level?
Yeah, that's a complicated issue. Maybe I can tell you a bit about the Dutch situation. So at my university, we teach at the bachelor level about 60% of our programs in English. So a minority of the programs is taught in Dutch. We are not an average university. Other Dutch universities have more Dutch-taught programs. But we do offer Dutch language courses for foreign students. So about 1,000 students per semester take this kind of basic Dutch language courses at our university. So 2,000 students per year in total. We also offer a kind of online program for Dutch language that students can learn Dutch prior to coming to our university. But like you're saying, the language of instruction is of course quite crucial. I think the similarity between the case in Estonia and the Netherlands is that both our languages are what I call weak languages. So, and weak in the sense that if a Dutch person joins a non-Dutch group, he or she immediately starts speaking English. And that makes it more complicated for a university to organize, I think, the language of instruction.
But in the Netherlands, specifically, are they going to the opposite direction to have less English-speaking curricula?
So we have we have a kind of more in the last years a more populist government. And this government, they put a new bill. They call it internationalisation and balance. And that implies basically that they want to reduce the number of international students at Dutch universities. But to give you an example, in the last 15 years, Dutch universities grew from 240,000 students to 340. And of those 100,000 additional students, 70% was non-Dutch. So due to this switch to English taught programs, a lot of foreign students came into the Netherlands. And of course that's a major asset to my understanding. But yeah, maybe we need to find a bit more balance. So some of the English taught programs are now switched back to Dutch.
Kristjan Vassil.
We should observe very closely what happens in the Netherlands, but I think in 10 to 15 year lag, we will see similar trends here in Estonia. And when we look at the graphs that Aune presented, responsible in the meaning, and this meaning is an important word or a message. What would be the solution? Is the solution to cut or establish ceilings to these numbers? Well, some could say so, but I think differently. We should grow. We should keep our language the way we wish to and learn from the mistakes that have been done, for example, in the Netherlands, and let's try to avoid these mistakes. Virve Anneli, you have worked in Estonia and abroad, and you've researched bilingualism. What makes a scientist feel that this is my home when you're abroad? There are many different components that make you feel at home somewhere. I would like to say that right now it's much easier to attract people in Estonia because the environment here is good. We are very flexible in what regards bureaucracy. University is flexible as well compared to many other places. There is transparency, democracy, academic freedom. All of these things are important. So the question, what makes the place feel as if you are at home or where people would like to go, it's individual. And I think it depends on your field. I agree with Kristjan. In reality, to set a ceiling or to be afraid that we become too international, I think it's not the correct way of thinking. We should think that we are not replacing Estonian instruction or Estonian language science or relation to Estonian society with English. We are adding to it via English language. So there would be like parallel system, parallel language, parallel study. Well, no, we haven't kept it as a parallel system so far either. We have additionally created curricula that are not repeating the ones in Estonian. They are just an addition to the Estonian curricula, and it's a place where international students can study. And Heli, the question of language. Well, I would have to answer to the question why. Why do we want the international students come here? If we want them here because we want that in 15, 20 years, we want healthcare workers, social workers, in that case, we need to teach Estonian to these people. There are examples of how they managed to obtain B1 level in Estonian. In Finland, even, we can have these examples. So the question, why are we doing it? It's the main question. From this, we can pick the activities to do. Great. Since we have received many questions, I will go to the questions that the hall has, or the people from the audience have sent. So I'm sure I will read them out loud. If there are some typos, then unfortunately I might not be able to correct them right away. But internationalization means for the university more foreign students. Partnership is created around it. And actually the aim of the university should be how to provide quality experts, scientific work, commercialize science, and to take it all to an international arena. This creates visibility and like a hub for students. Who would like to comment this idea? I can say something. Once again, based on Aune's slides, we could see very clearly that we don't have a more efficient pump for workforce to bring people here. And if every second foreign student remains in Estonia, was it every second, you said? Show me any other instruments that would work better than higher education. But what we need to add, the 3.1 million as tax revenue, it's a small number today. The question is, what can they do here? They can, found companies. That's where the word commercialization comes in. How can we define profit or benefit? We can't just chase, pure science. We have to take into account our volume as a university. Maybe we should find a more applied, this is from my personal opinion, we should find some more applied benefits, societal benefit, and find a role that provides such benefits.
I completely agree. I think you should maybe call it sustainable internationalization. And in terms of economics, maybe. So, like you were discussing the stay, what you call the stay rate. So after students graduate from your university, do they stay in the country to find employment? I think for the Dutch case, we calculated that about, you need at the minimum 15 to 20% of the students stay in the country. And like you were saying, the number is by far higher. So the whole society benefits in a sustainable way, I think, from this way of internationalization. But there's another way of sustainability. I think you should, it's not only bringing international students and staff to your university, but it's also to think about how to really make your university an international organization. So by installing the international classroom for students, and also to be an international university for your employees. So sustainability has many aspects, I think. And one way to approach internationalization, the process, is not only responsible internationalization, but also sustainability.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and a question for Professor Sterken. In Groningen University, for all fields, you can ask from students from third countries about 20 to 30,000 euros as tuition fee. In Tartu University, it's about 4,000 euros. Why is it so? We would like to ask more money from them.
Yeah, I don't know exactly the numbers, but of course, if you, as a EU student, you enter into one of our programs, then you just pay the Dutch tuition rate, which is about €2,500. If you're a non-European student, then you pay indeed these more cost-based tuition rates, which can go up to, €20,000 per year, and maybe even more for the medical program. Yeah, and But that's not a commercial pricing that I would say that we do, but it's imposed by the government. We have to charge the cost price. And then you can have a debate about the cost price, how large is that, but that's, those are the figures that you just mentioned.
And this question is actually a bit broader, and Kristjan, Vasil, you can answer right away, but there's another question related to it. The university hasn't calculated the impact on economy and culture of foreign students who learn and who study and live here. So why asking for such a tuition is a bad idea? What does the tuition bring to the country or to the government compared to fees? I would like to comment the points before. Yes, the level might be there. We can all ask whether it reflects the adequate value of the commerce. Should we do something about it? I think this is something we have to say out loud. And having participated in making one of the programs, which actually failed, I have to say that we don't have this bad product. We should know how to sell it better and in a more aggressive way. We should do it in a more systematic and coordinated way at a university level. And that's why, to add to Elmer, not just sustainable internationalization, but it should be called profitable internationalization. Indeed, this is a parallel system. Estonian language curricula is free of charge. However, English language instruction is for a fee, for a tuition. Is it logical to have this system? Heli? It's very difficult for me to answer to that question. I understand. Would anyone like to help? Well, it has such huge institutional roots. But just briefly, the university needs this money. Clearly, yes. University has to think about it as well. But one thing we shouldn't stigmatize is profit or revenue. What kind of support the university expects from the government? And each of you, name one that would help us work better in an international scale.
Yeah, maybe I can start. And for the Dutch case, we had a big benefit of, let's say, a kind of tax exemption for staff members for the first, if I remember correctly, 5 years, that the income tax rate is lowered. Basically, that helped a lot in attracting talented staff members. Currently, there's a debate in the Netherlands about abolishing this tax advantage, which is a pity, I would say. But yeah, that helped a lot.
Pardon? Kristjan.
Kristjan, well, considering the autonomy of the university and freedom, I don't see these big obstacles here.
Yeah.
Would you like to add something? I would like to add, yes. Beforehand, I was talking about the bigger picture and strategical cooperation, which is more targeted in the country itself. But what I mean by it, we have really autonomous universities, but once they go to other countries to attract foreign students, well, they recruit these foreign students to Estonia. But, pushing these doors open in such a manner, and the help provided for that, which the help is provided by different institutions of the government, ministries or so on. For example, if you go abroad to attract foreign students with the aim to keep them in your country later to work here, because you need qualified specialists, then which are the countries you should go to? This decision should be done by the state level or at the state level, so that universities themselves shouldn't waste so much resources on that. And the second thing that the government of the state could do when we talk about qualified workforce is teaching Estonian. This can be done if it is actually paid for. Kristina? Well, one of the ways is to look further away from the instruction-based attitude. Let's say the government can support quite well, not only with funding, but to open the access to international funds. Let's say for the European Commission, when our scientists apply for funds, for grants, if at the ministerial level people will come along, because we have done this, we've been successful, all of the Estonian universities have done that, but when we bring along ministries, it's difficult, but it would be very impactful if we manage to do it. I would like to add that both instruction, science is important, but the relation between foreign students and interest of science and the opportunity to give them possibilities to practice Estonian, better language teaching, career opportunities or creating such career opportunities and to help to smooth their path. This is important. This is part of the answer to Heli's question, why do we want them here? Of course, not all of these foreign students must stay here. We don't even want to hope that. But it's important if they are our ambassadors in the world. But the government should see these foreign students more in this key that they could contribute to the Estonian society in the long term. And one critical view, what concerns the relation of quantity and quality. In the presentation, there were ratios of study mobility and foreign students, and they wish to increase the study mobility and also foreign students amount, but it's not necessarily related to quality. In the University of Tartu, should we also show how many students come to study here from the best universities of the world? We don't manage so well in this field. We actually even have problems. What we want is the Central and Western European universities. We want to bring in students from these universities. But the reality, we don't manage so well. There's nothing to do. If we are ranking, 300th in this list of best universities, then we have to make some kind of choices. That's why we have to nudge ourselves to get to a better ranking in an international list. I would like to add that this is, the moment where the geopolitical situations and what the President Ilves said, this has had quite a big impact on this situation. For example, a small international curriculum we have in our institution. Previously, we hoped to attract students from Russia. Now this became impossible. And in the 4 years, we have seen the interest from the US growing. And we should really think about the foreign students who are interested in coming here. Some are afraid to do so because of the war behind our borders. But many want to leave America as well. Would we actually need to somehow word these agreements and priorities of Estonia? How to make higher education more international, and what would be the strategy? Right now, as I understand, there is no such thing. Should we write down such things, or everyone can just do their best? I would like to say that the University of Tartu can probably word such objectives and see the value. All of the educational institutions in Estonia who have opportunities for international cooperation, well, not all of them have this knowledge or capabilities. So government level or state level objectives and priorities would be helpful. And to conclude the panel discussion, to have something specific, I would like to ask each of you to say briefly what could be this one practical step that would help the University of Tartu become more international, more responsible, more smart, just one specific step that could be taken right away. I can begin. Perhaps we should ask, internationalization, is this the main objective? I think this is a tool, actually, to attract more smart people here, so that the university would be able to grow. I wish, or I am really for growth. We have the need at every level, from BA to scientists.
Yeah, my recommendation would be just to invest into relationships. That's basically what we did since the 1990s. Be member of networks. Just to give you an example, we have an office at the National University of Mexico in Mexico City, where we support students from Mexico coming to Groningen. So that's a kind of result of maybe 2 decades of investing into this relationship. So it's a lot of work, but it's worth the effort.
Yeah.
Ja ma arvan, et rahvusvahelistumine ei ole ainult.
I think that internationalization is not only a tool. In a way, it is important. This way we could create for our Estonian students and to others international experience at home, and this opportunities, networks, capability to communicate, and visibility. All of it comes along with internationalization, with partnerships, with cooperation. And I believe that an important point is to ask what kind of attitude we have to different parts of the world, and what is our interest. Is it to teach and learn, or is it both? And where are the benefits? What are the contributions? So these are all important. We have to have this strategic approach. Responsible internationalization.
Et sellel on nagu sellel rahvusvahelisel kogukonnal.
The international community that works with this topic globally. What they mean by it? Well, there are many different things, starting from knowledge security, protection of intellectual property, different aspects regarding the foreign students. It seems to me that in Estonia we haven't really defined how to discuss this complicated topic, or how to practically look at it. I feel that some countries that are a bit further away from this area, they knowingly try to increase their awareness, they discuss, they have all kind of checklists that they have created. What kind of partners are there for cooperation? Where should they pay their attention to? It has become much more professional. It's not only based on motivation and the willingness. I believe that this field really needs revision, let's say. We have to look at it and discuss it and see what could be the practical points. Thank you to all of our panelists. Thanks for your ideas. I would like to thank the audience for questions. The same platform, the QR code is on the corner of the slides. When you go to the platform, you can present your ideas as well. Previously asked our panelists to present a practical idea. You in the audience, please go and present your ideas. How to carry out this responsible internationalization, or how it should be supported. Now we'll take a coffee break, and let's come back here at 3:10, and we will continue with the topic of academic succession.
Head inimesed, tere tulemast tagasi.
Welcome back, distinguished rector, President Kaljulaid, minister, professors, university colleagues, friends. We will continue with discussions about the future of the university, and in the next half we have 2 discussion topics, and we will start with academic succession. I'd like to remind you that it's possible to submit questions to the keynote speaker through the environment that we introduced before, and you can also submit your ideas. I'm very happy that you have listed a number of ideas, and these will reach university staff who will process and analyze them. And we also are awaiting your questions, both to the keynote speaker and for the panel discussion later. But without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to the Minister of Education and Research, Kristina Kallas.
Lugupeetud armas ülikoolipere ja kolleegid, lugupeetud rektor.
Dear university family, colleagues, distinguished president, rector, I was asked to speak about academic succession as an introduction, and the societal role of universities has changed very quickly ever since the Second World War, and this change, which has also been called the boom of higher education of the 20th century, has reached a situation in the 21st century where universities in developed countries have ended up in quite complicated position, both financially and politically. And for this reason, before I speak about the academic succession in Estonia, let me address the bigger picture of the development of universities in the 21st century. In the 20th century, there was a drastic change regarding the role of universities. These elite study institutions teaching the few became a very broad-based institutions that dealt with research and teaching a big mass of students as well. At the end of the 19th century, when Humboldt-type universities came on the world map, then there were about 80,000 students in Europe, but the industrial age and the establishment of the Humboldt-type university started spreading en masse, and by the 1930s in Europe there were 650,000 students, and in the US more than 1 million students. And this was a period in the 30s last century when women gained the right to enter university, and women changed higher education and this landscape over the last century greatly. This is a good overview of what is called the 20th century higher education boom, how university education spread in general among the population globally. In 2023, in the world, there were 264 million students. And most countries, if we maybe leave African continent aside, have half of the graduates of upper secondary school go on to university. But in the 21st century, Humboldt-type universities still made up a small part of education. Globally, only about 1,000 universities out of 23,000 are involved in research as serving as the basis of studies. So the boom you see in the map, in the graph, is that of wide-based accessibility of higher education, not Humboldt-type universities. The 1,000 research-based universities, this includes Tartu University, are global institutions. They are global in encompassing people and resources. They compete with each other on the global level, and they also teach globally. In recent years, we see a counter movement to the developments of the 20th century. There is a big pressure on universities regarding budget cuts due to demographic situation and populist political forces. This leads to cuts and a future where talents very often prefer the private sector to an academic career. We see the decrease of talents in academia. In developed countries, universities currently face large-scale political and societal changes that can have a drastic effect on the future of universities. The anti-globalization MAGA-inspired societal mood that puts pressure on universities to exit the international higher education landscape. Universities are criticized for focusing on global objectives, and there's pressure also on limiting the number of teachers and students of foreign origin, and also limiting academic freedom and also controlling education to political control. Together with this, and also separately, there's a financing crisis regarding universities in developed countries. Not the same everywhere, but we can see some of these traits everywhere. In the US, universities are fighting against large-scale cuts and political pressure on the focus of studies and research. In the UK, some universities, due to lack of funding, are heading towards bankruptcy. In the Netherlands and Germany, universities also have been introduced to the central government's cut plans. In Japan and South Korea, several private universities are closing their doors because the aging population has meant drastically falling student numbers. Less funding of universities and political pressure is carried over to research. The networks of global knowledge are changing because research has globally become multipolar. And in research, we see that more and more of it is taking place in China. Generalizing, we can say that currently universities face three big and I see negative trends. Anti-globalization, societal attitude that breaks up universal human rights and values, and this is anti-intellectual, and this goes against internationalization, availability, intellectual thinking and ideas, and international spread of the values of universities. And one of the directions is that research is becoming multipolar as well. In developed countries, the funding crisis of universal higher education is another negative trend that proceeds not from higher education itself, but the developed countries' debt burden increase in the last decade. The large debt burden of the public sector with an aging society puts under pressure all of the public benefits of a welfare state, including funding of higher education, research, and healthcare. And the aging society, in combination with the previous two trends, leads to a slow but broad-scale shift in the societal role of universities. So it seems like there are no positive trends, but what are the trends that have taken place in Estonia? A national university in 1919, when instruction in Estonian began, I don't know whether you remember, but 347 students studied here. And the same year when the War of Independence ended, then the number of students doubled. And there were 2 times more students by the end of 1920, but still just 700. Here we see the graph for Estonia, number of students and the changes. And when you look at the graph, then in general, with the boom of the 20th century, we saw similar developments in Estonia. With delay, though, the boom started in the 70s in the rest of Estonia, but in Estonia it started in the 90s at high speeds. We know what the reasons are, why the higher education boom arrived in Estonia later. But from onwards, as a consolidation of higher education, we see a drop in number of students, and after the 90s, the student population is stabilized around 43 to 45,000. But compared to 100 years ago, still, when there were about 700 students, now there are 45,000. So it's still a boom. According to forecasts, the number of students over the next decade will remain similar, 43 to 45,000, so no big change there. And the trend in the number of students and the forecast for the 21st century dares us to think that there should not be an increase in number of students. At the same time, the number of academic employees has increased in universities, mostly based on political decisions of the state. The number of students has diminished after the 90s. The number of academic staff has continued to increase, and the Estonian Research Academy graph shows the number of academic staff at universities, and when you look at the graph, then what you see best is the purple part, the actual category where the growth has taken place, because in the other categories the figures have remained the same over the past 3 years displayed on the graph. So what we see is the number of junior research fellows and doctoral students, their number has increased. There were 316 of them, and it rose to 918 in the course of 3 years. In other categories, it has remained the same. But the number of researchers has grown even more in the private sector, but let's leave that aside for now. Over the next decade, once again, as a result of state's decisions, the number of doctoral students and junior research fellows will continue to increase. We have decided that next year it will grow by 50, and over the next 10 years by 200 additional doctoral students and junior fellows. But a new problem has popped up in the meanwhile. Graph number 3, this very same graph here, shows clearly that the number of people engaged in teaching has diminished. So these are all the people who are marked in the darker colors. So senior lecturers, teachers, the dark blue is teachers. We had 600 teachers in higher education in 2020 and 474 in 2023. And the number of teachers has decreased, and lecturers with doctoral degree. So the succession of teachers is concerning for Estonian higher education. It's no news to anyone in this audience here probably, and I also see universities' huge responsibility and activities to make sure that the growth of the number of junior fellows and postdoctoral students and doctoral students means more teachers as well. Behind this trend is that Estonians do not choose an academic career. It has become less attractive due to several factors coinciding. Financial pressure, populist pressure on universities makes this career less attractive globally. And globally we also see that talents are going from academia to private sector. Estonia is no exception. But within the academic career itself, the balance between effort, remuneration and sustainability for many talented youth and those thinking of a career in research is unfavorable. So the most critical aspects regarding academic career in my mind, some of them are based on surveys and what I've read. Some of these comments are based on my personal experience, but hopefully they provide food for thought and for discussion. I will present 7 ideas about the concerns of an academic career. And in the case of 3 of them, the responsibility to solve the situation lies on the state's shoulders together with universities. But from the 4th point onwards, it's about the academic circles resolving the issues. The first 3. In the academia, there have been structural changes. So we have fewer long-term secure jobs, and sometimes it takes more than 10 years with temporary contracts and fluctuating income to get to a stable employment contract as a researcher. This is a global trend, not only Estonia. In the US, data also shows that the number of tenure positions is decreasing proportionally, and the share of unstable temporary contracts is increasing, and this makes an academic career less attractive. The competitiveness of salaries has decreased globally, also in Estonia, and the most painful is the pay gap in engineering, data sciences, law, economy, and business. These are the areas where choosing an academic career means a huge drop in remuneration compared to the private sector. And we see it clearly that these are also the areas where there is very fast movement from public to private sector. And late financial stability in life. An academic career presumes a very long study period, doctoral studies, postdoc, and this again means that achieving stability of income comes later, maybe a lower pension and a very high risk to being able to acquire a home. And to take on other financial obligations compared to the peers who enter other sectors after receiving their master's degree. These are the 3 topic areas that are closely related to the funding system and the length of the academic career. The rest of the 4 are related to self-regulation of academia. Academic competition has become very intense, and I dare to call it the race of publication. And in my modest opinion, this has surpassed the critical limit. Quantity kills quality. A large part of published research is just empty, lofty words that have been written down for a measure. But more and more researchers are the experts of a narrow field and less intellectuals whose job it is to give meaning to broad-based issues. The publication race, together with grant funding, is the main source of stress, burnout, and motivation to change career. And the stress also leads to questionable publication practices, especially in the age of AI. This is a place where the attractiveness of an academic career really needs to be deliberated. Next, the value of teaching in a measure-based system is underestimated, undervalued. What's not noticed is that studies are the first thing that reaches the society from university through students. And this is how the fruit of research reaches the society much quicker than the English language publications. Thirdly, intellectual curiosity and mental effort as a value is less important in a system of measures. Academic career was attractive compared to a corporate career because a person's value was assessed on a scale of mental effort, not based on result cycles. When I was 26, I made this choice, left the corporate world, but discovered that in the academic world, it's the same quantitative measuring system, the value of which is counted more and more in funding. So it made me think, why am I choosing a public career instead of a private sector career? And fourthly, new generation values flexibility and mobility more and more, and that kind of academic career has a long start-off period, and it's inflexible, and we see this especially when entering and exiting. And so what to do about it, like Toomas Hendrik Ilves asked. We know these are the weaknesses, what should we do? So some of my thoughts, what could be done. First, financial stability. On the ministry, currently we are making efforts in order to increase the stability of funding and the share of the so-called long-term money compared to short-term money. And here I'd like to emphasize that the long-term versus short-term money, not competition-based money compared to base funding. And often the problem is not about how to allocate the funds, but how long this money can be used for research. And I believe that the main problem is with the short-term money and long-term money, so 3 to 5 years versus 10 years. And in Estonia, a big part of research funding is dependent on EU funding, which is short-term or medium-term, if we're lucky. On the state level, we're making efforts to change the funding system, and we can change the share of short and long-term funding, and we can also change it within universities by amending the funding system. But in case of the university, it definitely means taking on some risks without long-term backing from the state. But it's more critical to deal with the salary of an academic staff member, and more critical is the combination of three weaknesses. It's the long journey of entering an academic career, during which there's instability of income and also late financial stability in life. And I call on Tartu University to think along and make proposals regarding shortening the entry into an academic career and reaching stability faster. But what to do about the publication race, the low value placed on teaching, the domination of the world of measures, and the issue of the flexibility of an academic career? Quite a few solutions are outside Estonian state's hands because there is international competition. But some changes are in our hands. For example, valuing teaching more. The flexibility of academic career is also in our hands. The end of the previous century and beginning of this century were the glory days for Estonian universities and Tartu University. Fast increase in number of students, becoming a major player in research globally, internationalization, better financial and human resources. But the factors that facilitated fast growth have disappeared. Globalization is being reversed. The growth of funds has been halted, and the number of students doesn't increase quickly anymore. And even though we don't quite know yet how the changed conditions in the world affect Estonian university's future, we know how within the academic world the functioning rules affect the career choice of the youth. Changing these are in our own hands, and I'm hoping to hear some good ideas from the panel discussions today as well. Thank you for your attention.
Kristina Kallas, thank you so much for your presentation. And as said previously, you have the opportunity to ask questions to our Minister of Education and Research. Some questions have already been sent. So how and in which way should we approach to academic succession based on the fields? Different trajectories, needs in different fields are different, which should require different approaches in the university. And with the education policy, we usually take these decisions regarding the whole of the university. But how could we develop the fields differently depending on their needs? Yes, I do have one thing that worries me. The academic career in private sector, for example, in this very attractive fields in the university is losing. It loses due to the instability, lack of income. It's a very long path to entry into the academic career regardless of the field, engineering, law, or data analysis. We should find a way how to make the path to the academic career shorter, maybe different salary scheme, flexibility in the system. But there are fields where it is not so important. I think in many humanities, the long path is correct, but based on the fields, we should look at these changes. And in general, there is the standard that globally with young talents, we can see greater mobility towards the private sector and making career over there, and they're not picking the academic career. I tried to map the reasons here. What are the weaknesses for us? Is, for example, if we carried out the SWOT analysis, we could see why, or point out the weaknesses. How could we shorten this path from doctoral studies to contract at university, to work at university permanently? Well, we tried to do with the ministry this knowledge transfer doctoral studies where you do it while you're working, for example, in the industry, business. They do not shorten the path, but they are much more flexible to achieve your doctoral degree. And then we can keep these people in the academic world. It's one of the ways to be flexible. But to the different forms of doctoral degree, academic doctoral studies, which is completely academic, that ensures academic succession, this is one thing. But on the other hand, doctoral studies related to industry, should we have the same standards there, same study processes, or should the standards be different? That's the question. But what could the government do to kind of refer these talents to academia? But the task of the government is to ensure the stability of funding. I think this is the biggest task we have. The societal agreement with the every next election cycle, there shouldn't be too many fluctuations. In my opinion, this is the biggest task of the state, to guarantee the stability of funding. Financial or stability of funding, this very often reaches the point where we talk about investing into concrete. But how could these finances be related to decisions regarding studying or teaching? I'm sorry, there's a phrasing that's strange. Very often we invest into concrete or into building, while we should actually invest into the content. With science and higher education, the state doesn't make such decisions. Luckily, we, as the state, want to give more and more financial decision-making to the university. We don't have the schemes governed by the state, but the decisions regarding concrete versus personnel, this is done by the university. We just offer baseline financing and government support, but the objective of the state is not to reduce these baseline fundings, and we want to ensure stability, financial stability. We don't want to reduce these financial facilities that the university can use and have the right to use in their autonomous decision-making. You mentioned that teachers or lecturers are undervalued in university. How could we increase their value to compete? Well, this is a different question, how to assess scientific results transfer to the society. Well, teaching is the clearest example of carrying the role in a society. This is the most direct road of the science and knowledge getting from university to society, teaching. We teach the students who go to the employment market, and that's where the knowledge gets to. And so in the universities and in the academic world, this is how we try, the university fills this role by trying to balance it. So the role of science is important. Based on this, we can teach. Without the science, we wouldn't have any transfer or science transfer. But if there is not much teaching, then there won't be any knowledge transfer either. So these two buckets are closely connected, and they have quite an equal importance when we talk about the impact of science to the society. And now to sum up, right now, while the strategic plan was drawn up, there was a long discussion whether such a plan in 10-year view can be even done. What do you think? Can it be done? Yes, it can be done. We can also have it with very specific indicators and have an ideal plan. Thank you. And now we'll look into this topic from the university's point of view. Vice Rector for Research, Moora from University of Tartu. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, guests, presidents, ministers, Kristina Kallas gave a very good introduction. I would really like to argue with you, Kristina, but let's do it later. I don't have the time right now because teaching is really valued in the University of Tartu. I would like to talk about our university in my presentation. In the previous session, we talked about the University of the World or International University. In the next session, we'll talk about the Estonian University. But right now, let's talk about the University of us. So what does it mean? In my view, the university is made up of people, and the wider aim of the strategic plan is to ensure a succession of academic personnel which has good quality both in academia and in personnel for the university to carry out its tasks. In front of the society, we have to be strong and sustainable ourselves. University can contribute to the science, to culture and society only through its people. That's why it's important what is the quality of our people's knowledge, what kind of value system they have, and in what kind of environment they are studying and working. University is a special organization. There are not many places where approximately 4 generations operate at the same time in the same space. We all have our experiences, worldviews. However, ideally, we should also aim a similar value system. We all know the differences in generations. Many positive things are born out of it in the University of Tartu, but every now and then there could be a conflict as well. In addition, there is a clear academic hierarchy. It reflects the academic age, knowledge and experience of its members. Academic succession in the narrow sense means young entering the academic hierarchy. I will look at it in a broader meaning today, encompassing the entire academic career from student to professor. I'm an ecologist, and I would like to use the metaphors from my field to describe our university. In my view, the university is like a functioning ecosystem where different organisms live in, so populations of different species. So, as said, the university as a system resembles an ecosystem when we look at its structure. It is a community of people in a social and physical environment. People, they represent functional groups, we can call them guilds, and without whom the university cannot function. Students, academic staff at different career stages, and support staff. So to ensure the stability of the university as an ecosystem, we need to guarantee a balance of these functional building blocks or guilds, and each guild must be able to reproduce itself in a way that maintains the balance as well. Academic succession is primarily associated with doctoral studies. This is only very important link, only one, however, very important link in the longer chain from student to professor. And academic succession doesn't function without an efficient support structure, and the reproduction of this structure is as important. People in support units, they ensure professional administration, bureaucracy, in a good sense, the real estate, laboratories, IT infrastructure, and so on. I could list them many more that we need for the academic life. This efficient reproduction must maintain the whole ecosystem, the guild structure in place, otherwise the ecosystem's functioning ceases. So stable university as a whole means a balanced population structure, which ensures continuity in education and science. We can mark the populations in the university in several ways, for example, across fields and disciplines, across different positions. But we shouldn't expect perfect balance in various disciplines. For developing scientific fields, we expect progressive populations. And for some specialties and fields, a certain regressiveness is inevitable. It's important to monitor whether the structural changes correspond to our expectations and needs. Population dynamics is a long-term process. Changes take years, So proactive steps must be taken early enough. So no hieroglyphs on this slide. I'll give you an example. 3 populations from University of Tartu. On the lower graph, all of the academic population from bachelor students to professors. On the upper line, the academic personnel, the population of the personnel. I must say, researchers are lecturers as well in our system. And on the lower graph, the age structure of our professor. So the dynamic structure, you can see from bachelor student to professor, they are more younger generation. The same with academic personnel. There is a balance among professors, it reproduces itself more or less. And now on the lower graph, there is one bottleneck. For me, what's the problem? Only 25% of our master students, the number of doctoral students constitutes only 25% of our master students. So it's not sufficient to reproduce the sufficient amount of academic staff population. However, we can have sufficient reproduction in our own academic community, but there is not much left for the rest of the society. I hope that the panel today will find some kind of a key to solve this issue. In nature, species differ in their plasticity. Some species can't tolerate even small changes in environment. However, species that have plasticity manage to adapt. Their ecological niche is broad, and so for their degree of specialization is lower. Such species ensure ecosystem stability in a changing environment. In the context of academic careers, plasticity means the ability for interdisciplinarity, cooperation, and thinking outside the box. Academic career can be very narrow. For example, if a researcher deals with the same questions throughout their entire career, the questions that were addressed in their bachelor's thesis as well. And in some cases, this can work. But in the system, there must be possibilities for readaptation, change of direction, merging or branching, as said by Kristina. So the need to reprofile is needed throughout the whole academic career model. And not only, the most critical or most difficult to organize is the transition between academic career and the business sector or public sector, especially in a way that would allow later to return to an academic career. Now, the prevailing understanding, which unfortunately is also supported by practice, is that once you leave an academic career, there is practically no way back. Now, to conclude, functional diversity and balance of guilds ensures higher productivity for the university ecosystem, optimal structure of populations ensures internal stability, plasticity or academic adaptability ensures innovation and contemporaneity. If the university for us, our university, is a well-functioning ecosystem, then the University of Tartu is Estonia's and the world's university. Thank you. Thank you, Moora. And as with previous panel, for academic succession, we also asked from the university employees and students their opinion. And let's look at this brief video about what they said.
Kui te ise mõtlete oma rolli peale, siis kes on teie mantlipärija?
Te mõtlete lausa isiklikult. Minu mantlipärija on noor, maailmahuviline, tark ja hea neuroloog.
Võib-olla tehismina. Selles mõttes, et ega ei saa siin teisi inimesi osaldada, et tuleb teha digitaalne teisik, kes teab kõike täpselt, mida ma olen kirjutanud ja mõelnud ja siis jätkab seda, et ma võib-olla kedagi seda üle ei annaks nii sama lihtsalt.
Ma arvan, et mul ei ole ühte mantlipärijat ja see järelkasvu roll või olemus on minu jaoks hästi oluline. Ja mulle väga meeldib teha koostööd noorte teadlastega ja neid siis nii-öelda aidata teele, mis on neile ainuomane, mitte siis ilmtingimata teha seda teadust, mida mina täna teen.
Kirjeldage, mis motiveeris ja pani teid otsustama, et doktorantuuri tulla?
Ma juba gümnaasiumis tegelesin väikest viisi teadustööga, et see on siuke loomulik jätk siis sellele.
Mida peaks tegema ülikool teisiti, et tudengid või noored tahaksid siis siduda ka oma karjääri rohkem ülikooliga?
See on nüüd tõesti küsimus sellepärast, et teadlase karjäär ei ole nii hea sissetulekuallikas, et see on muidugi ülikooli ülene probleem, et mitte ainult teaduskond ja ülikool, vaid ma näen siin ikkagi panustamist riigi poolt.
Ma arvan, tule Eesti riigis ei osata väärtustada piisavalt doktorikraadiga inimesi, et need noored inimesed, kes peaks doktoriõppesse tulema, et nad ei saa aru, et mis on see lisandväärtus ja et miks nad peaks selle pingutuse tegema, et seda kraadi saada ja seetõttu on nii palju muid variante, kuidas ennast teostada.
Aga mis peaks muutuma selleks, et tudengid kaaluksid rohkem doktorantuuri tulemist, oma karjääri sidumist ülikooliga just nimelt?
Ma arvan, et me lihtsalt ei tea praegu, mida me liiga palju selle doktorikraadiga teha saaksime, ja mis väljundaid see meile toob.
Ülikool võiks tegelikult minu arust soodustada interdistsiplinaarsust ja see ei ole mitte ainult ülikooli teema, vaid see on ka laiem riiklikul tasemel või üleüldse Euroopa tasemel see, et kui siin oli see COVID-i pandeemia oli, siis lõpuks suudeti lisaks arvuteadlastele, bioloogidele kaasata ka psühholoogid ja sotsioloogid. See võttis kuramuse kaua aega, et näha seda, et inimesi hinnatakse üks asi ja et nad võivad kaasa lüüa ka teistes valdkondades, kui nad viitsivad õppida. See on ka loomulikult eeltingimus.
Suur aitäh neile inimestele.
I would like to thank these people who expressed their opinions in these videos, and this was an overview of the university. Now we'll continue with the same topic in our panel discussion, and I would like to ask the Associate Professor of Clinical Genetics and Vice Dean for Development at the University of Tartu, Faculty of Medicine, Sander Pajusalu, then Director of the Information Security Research Institute of Cybernetica, Dan Bogdanov, 5th-year medical student at the University of Tartu, Beatrice Marlene Metsaorg, and Head of the Research and Development Policy Department of the Ministry of Education and Research, Katrin Kiisler. I would like to remind you that with the QR code you can access the platform where to ask questions, present your ideas, and you can also send questions for the panelists. But before going to the questions, Beatrice, I would like to start with you. You are the only student here in this discussion. What motivates you to do science and to have your career related to academic career? I think that the principle of my generation is this feeling of mission, giving back something to the society. I want to contribute to it. I don't want to talk about cliches, but this is what it is. When I talk to others, then this benefit to the society, there is still this willingness to contribute. But in your story, you have always had the knowledge that you will choose the academic career. At the moment, I'm still studying. I'm still a medical student, so the academic career is a long way to go. I have always thought that since I'm studying medicine, then in this word, medical sciences, there is the word science already, and science comes before becoming a doctor. So this is something that later on helps to advance this field. And for me, these two words or terms have always been together in my plans. Sander Pajusalu, now you have been in the postdoc in Yale University.
muutuma, et noori siis
What should Tartu University become like to support younger generation in postdoc studies and to be a career choice? Yes, this is the key question for the whole university and for the whole country. But difficult to answer. Maybe one small nuance when I think about the American experience. In Estonia, we are very often, I don't want you to misunderstand me, we are very fixed on individual. We showed on the graphs how many professors, associate professors, scientists we have. But in order to value the success and academic career of a younger person, we should look at not the individual scientists, but the working group. So my question is to heads of structure, can you say how many new working groups have been created during the past 5 years? Maybe some institutes can give a very good answer, and I think these are the institutes that manage really well, and they are innovative, they support young or youth. But what is the issue very often? Very often this young person is brought back. The person who has studied here has been given the opportunity to join the academic family of this university, but they don't achieve independence, and it's not really clear. Maybe they have a very fancy title for their position, but they might not feel the capability to take it further. And maybe if feeling was stronger, we could find more doctoral students. We would have the capability to have a broader approach. And I think in the US, they focused more on creating new working groups and so on, which is, I think, the real functioning unit of a scientific university. Dan Bogdanov. Now, the Research Institute of Cybernetica is a very active partner for doctoral studies, and you're looking for opportunities to cooperate with the University of Tartu. Why is the academic succession important for the private sector? I have to say honestly that Cybernetica has a different background. I would like to have more companies who have such contracts. That's why I try to go around and talk about it, hoping that there will be more of them. In 1997, the company Cybernetica was founded as a spin-off of the Academy of Sciences. And in 98, Data Security Laboratory was funded in 98. And one of my first lecturers, Matti Tombak, signed it. So University of Tartu gave us the rooms to create the laboratory, to teach. So in the culture, it has always been there, in our company culture. I'm also a doctoral student of knowledge transfer, we can say. I worked in Cybernetica while I was doing my doctoral studies, so somehow it worked out. But what happened? Well, the number of doctoral students has increased, as we saw from the graph, but at some point we realized that students who could work at the company at the same time, well, they didn't fit really the graph. So we had to start thinking about trying to fit them in, and we managed to have an agreement. I can later tell why it was important. I don't want to keep or hold on to the microphone for too long, but you can tell the story right now. Well, one of the things that the university does extremely well, I am really grateful. I want to praise all of you in the University of Tartu. I consider myself a part of this family. Since I graduated from this university. I was also taught about AI when I was doing my bachelor studies here in 2002 or 2003. And my course mate, Evgeny Kabanov, who has been successful in Estonia, even more successful than I am, and we discussed how we have managed with the technological advances. And he said, you know, that AI, all of these LLMs and so on. But we had the basic education. I just read about it a little bit. I tried to do it, and I understood what it was and how to use it in my company. So the university's capability to foresee certain things somehow by existing, carrying out their usual procedures, it's wonderful. You have to hold on to it and maintain it. However, my area is cybersecurity, cryptography, and in this field, if you are a mathematician, you would probably continue with AI. It means that I don't have sufficient amount of people to employ, so I had to start teaching them myself much more. So you teach them and then they move on to AI still. Well, at least they do it for us. They try to create safe, secure AI on which we can build the Estonian e-state later on. I think that's great as well. Katrin, why, from the government's point of view, we need academic succession and how to nudge towards this situation? I think it's a foolish question why the state needs it. I'm sorry. Well, considering what kind of options or choices we have made in Estonia, what kind of strategic priorities we have set, we need it for education, economy, healthcare, security. Without science and academic succession, this wouldn't be able to exist. And what can the government do? As Kristina said, the government's task is to create clarity, stability. Science is valued in Estonia. This is not fluctuating that today we do something, tomorrow not. Today we reduce, tomorrow we increase, and then redirect funds. So we want to create a stable environment. And I'm not afraid to claim that I think that the Estonian government is not investing too little money in the science. Compared to European countries, we are one of the countries who finances science a lot. So the question is whether we use it in an intelligent way. And this is what we have to work with today. The money that the Estonian state sends to the science, does it reach the scientists, researchers and results? Can anyone answer to it? Does this funding or money reaches the right places? Sander. Yes, we have really good, intelligent people. We are doing good science. How to define it? How well it reaches the right places? In Estonia, we are always trying to figure out the percentage and absolute values, scales that they don't match so well. For example, in healthcare, we are talking about some percentages, how much state spends on healthcare. But when we think about how much the healthcare pays, then it's not based on percentage, but by absolute units. So how much we can actually finance science, it's the same. If the Estonian state persists, then we have done everything right. And in different times, it means different things. Sometimes it means that we have sufficient amount of people speaking Estonian who can create the culture and maintain stability in the society. But at the same time, we have to purchase ammunition, and then we need the economy. So I really like the term plasticity in Mari's presentation. We have to maintain plasticity. We have to do something that is needed in the society at a certain time. Then we have the victory. But now, talking about the career opportunities at the universities, the people who are considering this career, what is it what they need? I understand stability you mentioned. Is it funding, community, some kind of opportunities, going abroad? What are these things? Petris, what do you think? Sander Pajusalu had your first thought. I would like to take it with me. Focusing on this scientific working groups, it's important. The teamwork culture is important. I think today this is one of the moments where the youth decide whether they go to private sector or remain in the academia. I also believe role models, having them is an important part, and someone who directs you, someone who inspires you so much that you want to stay, and the person who notices your talent. This personal touch plus team behind it, this creates the environment to work for this common goal. It's a very simple organizational or cultural question. So you need to have the common goal, objective to work for, but whether we see it in the private sector or in a different university, they might choose these options. So what motivates you that I'm going to achieve this objective here? This is not only for you, but also for others. So what we have in the academia, we have the freedom, we try to achieve solving the topics that interest us, and we shouldn't forget it. And we shouldn't forget the academia gives you this benefit in the form of freedom. In private sector, you do what you're ordered to do, but in the academia, you can really fulfill your capabilities. I think it has a deep meaning. I don't want to somehow demean the importance of financial stability and salary, but I feel that youth, they are changing quickly, and at some point there was a very clear mentality that you had to go to high school, university, and become rich, but now we talk about high school, university, and then do something really. And the university has a really good position to offer such an environment.
Previously we spoke about the ecosystem. So what is the ecosystem of an academic career? Is it a unified system, or is it the problem that there are different islands where people are operating? Who wants to answer? Maybe Sander. Well, it's different in every institute, within the different departments of larger institutes, specialty to specialty. Some differences have to do with the different characteristics of the specialties. So infrastructure intense specialties differ from those specialties which can be built on labor costs alone, etc. But maybe, well, difference in principle within the university is also a good thing, but what matters is that we somehow universally go along with the needs of society and different generations' needs as well. That we listen to the youth, what's important for them, so that we make sure that they come here, stay here, and train the next generation. From the point of view of an entrepreneur, does the university provide the necessary competences to students? As I mentioned, the skill to learn, to delve into difficult things, this is universal in doctoral studies, independent of the specialty. It's the capacity to take something complicated, take it into pieces, put it together for society differently in the form of a research article or something else. This is what has helped me greatly, and I see people around me who have the same experience also among other entrepreneurs. So whether specific research articles can be made into business, that's complicated. Though the researchers in cybernetics often see it as the short road to societal impact. So I create something and soon it will have users. For example, Smart ID, everybody has it. That's also one of the articles of cybernetics. And now it has 3.6 million users. So that's a lot of self-realization. And in some areas in private sector, you can do these things quicker. But at the same time, Smart Idea article has like 50 quotes. So that's nothing. But 3.6 million users. So academic freedom is also part of my research unit strategy. But you also have to go after the 3 to 5 year objectives. Katrin, what are the most critical areas? Where do we need to ensure succession more intensely or help boost it? Well, the ministry can't say that the academic openness is so high. We're in second place. If we came and said that we want Tartu University to stop teaching that and teach something else, then probably we would not be on very good terms. But there needs to be some input from somewhere. Well, academic freedom comes with responsibility. Academic freedom can be great when the responsibility is used wisely. And there's actual deliberation of what the state needs, where the shortcomings are, and the gaps are filled. And if we come back to the youth, then career-wise, it seems to me that one thing that scares youth of doctoral studies, and if they don't go, they don't become researchers, is that this feeling that if you enter doctoral studies, then the myth in society, which hasn't been broken yet, is that the person with the doctoral degree is overqualified for many jobs. And in some sense, in the ministry, when recruiting people, we tend to say, well, they're a pure researcher and can't be used for anything else. They can't think about anything else anymore. So in that sense, we need to work on it from both sides, not just because why doesn't the society welcome these people with doctoral degrees with open arms, or do we give them the opportunity to go elsewhere? Are the competencies such that they can work at the ministry, in the private sector, in a non-profit, and this is an added value everywhere. And as much as I've spoken to the youth, then this is important to them, that when I go into doctoral studies, then the exit barriers would not be so high, that that I only have one choice to join the academia. And often even in admission, it is sort of controversial that it's one path or the other, but bringing them together, this is probably something that many consider who choose between the public and private sector and academia and private sector. So how do we harmonize this? Who can answer this? I would maybe speak about this tunnel topic. I'm a member of the Association of Medical Students and part of the research work group. And one of our goals has been to encourage more medical students to deal with research. We're not going to tell them that you're going to become a researcher now and choose the academia, but the goal is to bring research and science closer to students early on, because planning your career doesn't end when you graduate from master's studies. For many, it's already in upper secondary school when you are weighing different options and also entering doctoral studies. And maybe it might sound bizarre that we are studying medicine, but we want to bring science closer to students, but being a researcher or being involved in research seems mystical to students, which many teachers at university highlight how they became a lecturer or what kind of research work they're active in. They don't speak about it much, and it seems like something mystical and alien. And other students usually just say no very quickly when we speak about research. They're afraid of it, it's been mystified. And during studies, it's not discussed much about what your future path might be, what the options are. Or also teachers don't really speak about themselves as role models, that I did that and was able to do that. And these case studies or experience would really inspire students, and we need to start with it earlier. Sander? I wanted to give a very positive example from recent years that with the doctoral studies reform, there is flexibility in medicine. It works very well that you can be a doctoral student part-time and be in residency part-time as well, plus the knowledge transfer mechanisms. So it's not that you disappear for 4 years in university and you can't be reached. So it's a different viewpoint, but I think that it has really helped a lot and created flexibility. And that's one of the reasons I came back, or what I really like in Tartu, is that I don't have to think about whether this is a clinic work or university work that I'm doing today, that I can combine them. And to counteract this, about 18 months ago, I went to Turku University in Finland, and I asked them about the relationship between university hospital and the university, and they said it's very simple, it's lacking. So in our case, it's much better. Then, so Katrin said that somebody is so much a scientist that they're no use for anything. Well, I would not have dared to say this probably. But if you do sufficiently complicated things in cybernetics, there are some researchers in whose case we are having a difficult time finding them work that they are interested in. And then we sometimes need to find the US Defense Department procurement. And then for 3 or 4 years, they produce excellent things. And then they need to do regular research again, and then they're sad. So certain special skills, keeping them alive, requires complicated, interesting tasks to solve from time to time. And finding these tasks is difficult because there aren't too many clients who need formally verified network protection system. They don't know how to ask for it, and it's the head of research who needs to go and explain that we have this new research result, can we do this or that? Sure, this is technology transfer that I'm talking about, but a large part of it is about maturity, and technology transfer organizations in Europe are quite immature. I have some favorites, European Space Agency. I want to praise them. This is the technology you have, and it costs this much to get to here. I need these kinds of people. Now you need business people as well. You can't manage with just technology. And I have to say that the Estonian Enterprise Estonia has a few good things as well. So different stages require different skills. We need people who are completely researchers, but you can't send them to a client. So they're of no use. Well, no. But when you go to Singapore, you go and sell something to a public institution, then you need to have somebody with you who's smarter than them, and they're also very educated. They all have Western masters, and you have to intellectually surpass them, which is complicated. And then you need that scientist. You need somebody next to you who says that, yes, this formula shows that, and what we can do, that's the only way. Everybody else is 30% less effective. Mic drop. Sander, so how do you make these pure scientists into people you can use? We heard of one example. Well, everybody has their strengths and roles, and I think, again, it's the idea behind having teams, that you just need to have different competencies and skills within a team and personal characteristics. And what's interesting, again, about scientists is how are they measured. It is about publishing, but I'm sure you all have examples. But some successful scientists just are very good team leaders, and then the basis of that, they have become so successful, and that's a value as well. And earlier we heard very nicely that research is in crisis. This mass publication, a big AI conference, 29,000 publications submitted, 20,000 are from China, one conference. I mean, how can we continue living when we have conferences with a few dozen publications? So horrible numbers. Now, when we think about this first question that was posed to people on video as well, who will be your successor? When we think about it in those terms, then we need to work on it to understand correctly that all of these scientists need a successor in academia? Is it sales work that needs to be done? Again, I agree with Sander Pajusalu that it's a management issue rather. I see it myself in the research groups where I worked, that it does not receive sufficient attention. How you maintain your people so that they're willing to do their best for you, finding the suitable role that Dan spoke about, what that might be, that uses the full potential of the specific person, and also feedbacking, which I believe is becoming more and more important. And Kristina Kallas also highlighted this, that it becomes measure-based, but from feedback, rather what I expect is that when I submit certain work, then I want personal feedback highlighting my strengths and weaknesses and how I can continue developing them. But often what I get is multiple choice exams in the medical faculty, and that does not really give me anything. Yes, one of the problems we have is that, of course, things are improving, but what we could teach to our students, scientists, doctoral students, is how to manage others, whether they remain scientists or go somewhere else. I think the values of the youth, which have considerably changed over recent years, go up against the traditional management structure in university, the hierarchical, sort of strict style that expects huge dedication from students, relatively poor balance of work and private life. All professors in this hall will probably say, what do you mean? 10 years, I was sleeping at the lab, that they start now, they should do the same. But when we think about the structure of doctoral students, then we have mothers, we have women, we have completely different young people. And if we don't adapt in managing the research group, in our requirements, in the support we can provide, then we will lose them because they're going to go elsewhere. Look at what startups are offering. They're after the same youth. I'd like to remind you that it's possible to ask questions from panelists, and now we are going to move on to these questions that we have received already. And the first one, one of the issues related to succession is delaying doctoral studies. In Estonia, on average, is 5.5 years. In the UK, it's 3.4 years, 3 to 4 years. Rectors have agreed the requirements to doctoral dissertations that don't presume you have 3 reference articles, but the Tartu University still holds tight to this requirement. Maybe it's time for a change. Sander? I would say that in theory I agree that we should be assessing the substance, not the format, but I think it's a more complicated topic than how many articles and some other things. So, and it's very difficult to compare specialties and use a cookie cutter. I think AI is also a huge danger when production becomes easier. Then like it takes 3 days to come up with 3 articles. So we really need to proceed from the substance, but we shouldn't really be too lenient, because one of the things that we shouldn't allow is the devaluing of doctoral studies, or that we lose the quality label. Who do we compare it to? Because in other countries, doctoral studies are completely different. We have a postdoc who was doing her doctoral studies at University College of London. Everything was different. Preparation, defense, studies, it was all different. And yeah, the research is great, the skills are great, but what's the threshold? I agree with that. I often go to defending dissertations as well, and thesis. You see during the defense process whether they're a doctor or not, whether they're ready or not, or whether they just ran through the study program and now they have the diploma, but whether they really are scientists and doctors. Sometimes they're not. Yes, and my experience in the US was that the attitude towards doctoral students there was sort of that they call them students. Here we have a junior research fellow, and they call them students, so very different approach. But I think the main thing is, what is your expectation when, for example, for a postdoc, we consider it the natural next step. We don't have to, but if we do it, then this person needs to fulfill the expectation placed on them. And if the next stage for a doctoral student is working in the private sector, then we should ask the private sector what are the conditions they need to meet, and that's the outcome of the doctoral studies. The next question is related to it, and the gist of the question is why do we need the doctoral studies at all? It's enough to do a 3-month IT training to go work for an IT company in Estonia. So why do you need to spend 9 years studying? Yes, and I'm very happy for those IT companies for whom it's enough. If they can cost efficiently produce software, because IT development is expensive for Estonian government, and if you can win public procurements at low cost with these 3-month study background employees, then that's a business model. And we also hear about this added value. I don't think we can afford to be a cheap subcontracting company, though often we are categorized that way, but you can check it out for yourself. Every time you read from the paper that a foreign company closed its production in Estonia, that it means that we are no longer a cheap, affordable subcontracting company. So we need to spend a few more years in school to sell the next thing abroad. What to do to make sure that there's enough doctors for public and private sector, not just for the university? Who can answer this big question? Well, again, it's this knowledge transfer doctoral studies in cooperation with companies. I participated and am participating in a project with a physics institute and computing institute, and nerve sciences institute, and a private company. So we will try to implement the knowledge later. And to finish, a specific question to the panelists. One practical idea or step that would help with academic succession in Estonia. And to remind everybody here that you too can submit your ideas and proposals in this environment I introduced. So, Sander, let's start with this one idea. I might come back to what I said in the beginning. We should dare to give people after postdoc or an equivalent the capacity to self-manage, to manage people, maybe a small group, but we give them an environment and the possibility to fail as well and save face at the same time. But more so, I hope that we will gain from it, and we will get lots of strong groups who are taking care of succession themselves. The supervisor of doctoral studies page has a flow chart of how to get a master's and doctor's degree. And there's some additional points for doctoral students. Ask about your supervisor whether they are mentally stable. And if the answer is no, then the next question is, do you like to play Russian roulette? If yes, then enter doctoral studies. So this is harsh. The wording is harsh, but the issues you need to cope with in doctoral studies sometimes, like if you have somebody who's there and stable and if necessary will drag you through it, if you can't do it anymore at one point, I think that part is necessary. So it doesn't really correspond to the 4-year requirement for graduating, but sometimes, yes, you need to make sure that the supervisor is a human being. And if the supervisor has lots of candidates so they can choose only the brightest ones, then they can behave any way they want to. But if not, and based on the Estonian demographics, often they do not have lots of candidates, then the skill of managing people over several years and also managing their emotions becomes more important. But that's only for those of you who don't have a sufficient number of doctoral candidates. Patrice? I have a practical idea that every student should have their own academic mentor. I studied at Edinburgh University and we had this obligation even because every student had an academic mentor and you had to meet them once or twice in a semester. And what it gives you is that very early on we can start shaping the thinking of the young person. So they start thinking of their career choices and we can start inspiring them to make certain decisions. Katri? I support what Sander Pajusalu said. If we are able to give scientific skills to doctoral students plus the skills of management, critical thinking, independent self-guidance, then on the one hand, it seems that we are opening up the opportunity to leave the university, but on the other hand, more young Estonians will join doctoral studies. And we do hope that we will have more doctoral students. Thank you very much to the panelists for this discussion.
Jaa, aitäh teile. Meie aga jätkame.
Let's continue from academic succession. We will move on to the next third topic of the day, which is about knowledge transfer to society. And you will also be able to ask questions from the main speaker and the panel discussion. Be active, participate. I'm happy to give the floor to President Kersti Kaljulaid. Good afternoon, dear friends. And what can I say? Dan did a really funny pantomime about how science could reach businesses. And he talked about his personal experience, and we all know that it's anecdotal. So I would like to broaden this view, but he already said everything, basically. So to start with, I would like to admit that since I left Kallas, I have cooperated with very different companies, some startups in Estonia, some from Sweden, some bigger companies, but some also in the US and UK. Mainly these are dual-use energy technologies, defense industry, or AI and cloud service companies. And now when the rector Asser asked me to come and talk about how science could reach the economy in a better way, I have really thought about it. What have I learned? They really want us to tell what we want in the EU. But I have to say that I have really learned a lot in these companies about how science-based companies, businesses work and function and how they see things. I really thought that unnoticed, but it has been really certain the path. This needed special support of universities and government so that spin-offs projects would stay alive, grow, and someone from private sector would purchase them. That was during the change in the Central Europe. But today I feel we have come to a different world. I try to look at a few numbers, not too many, just some macro indicators. I looked at the 1980 2000 and 2024, the federal budget of the US, and compare it to the biggest company's revenue on the US stock market. And the numbers I got, in 1980, the budget was in deficit. There weren't too many surplus, but the budget was much higher compared to the turnover of the biggest company. In 2000, the federal budget was 78 times higher than the company that had the biggest turnover at the time. So in the 80s, it was IBM. In 2000, it was Microsoft. And in addition, the budget had a surplus, so the government sector had the power to do more than they would have wanted to in whichever field they wanted to, social care or science. In 2024, the picture is quite different and sad for the government. Federal budget is in deep deficit and only 16 times higher than the turnover of the biggest company in 2024. So I don't know whether we should be sad that the state has shallow pockets or not, but in the context of the topic today, I think it's important, if not a problem, but important. I don't want to mention too many numbers, but in Europe, the situation is even worse. In Germany, the government budget is 4 times lower than Deutsche Telekom, and in France and other countries, it's the same. There are deficits. In France, I compare to Total Energy, for example. So it's incredible what free economy has been able to do now. And they have been able to do it because the whole world has been open to them. And governments haven't limited their development, which we can clearly say that when we look at the 3 companies that I mentioned. And the world economy was liberal. Then we started to have some tariffs and other green objectives, technology independence objectives, and so on. But it hasn't had a big impact to companies yet. So today, I think the trend is still ongoing. Therefore, what has changed dramatically? What can the state do at all? And therefore, the organizations financed by the state, such as universities, Academy of Sciences, institutions, we can all see it every day that throughout the century, private businesses have created GPTs, general purpose technologies, but also very specific technologies, whether these are LLMs or AC cables, longer AC cables, quantum computation resistant algorithm as well. The state role has been to be the regulator, whether we talk about the Biden executive order to manage AI or anything else, or to verify, for example, to NIST, so National Institute for Standards and Technology, is verifying the quantum computational resistant algorithm. Internet and nuclear weapon was given to the state, to the society. These were in the period where the state's power was reducing. And since then, it's in our muscular memory that without the state knowledge or their order, big technological steps which would become GPTs, that they won't take place. And now when we think about LLM, that previous to LLMs, the last technology, general purpose technology, well, these were internet and beforehand even electricity. Volta, Faraday, Galvani, all of them worked at universities or institutions supported by the state. So they had the academic patronage, royal or state funding. So fundamental science was created in such a way without commercial output. But Edison Electric Light Company supporters were private investors, for example, JP Morgan. And this applies to George Westinghouse as well. I think only Nikola Tesla parallelly worked between private and public sector. And furthermore, as it is expansion phase in order for the electricity to reach everyone and different economic branches for it to become GPT, private investors who developed the networks, they had to be nationalized because the government of the state was so much more powerful, and the PPP was still not invented, and there was no common infrastructure. So different metro lines of New York had to be nationalized to be able to have one common line working. But in 1946, for example, Électricité de France was created in France, with which the state nationalized electricity production and distribution. For internet development, it was the same. DARPA with Stanford, UCLA, and other universities were responsible for internet development. And when I was born, 1969, the first internet connection took place between UCLA and Stanford. Everything until email had been invented with public money, even if the private sector companies actually carried out the works. And only in 1995, the US ended National Science Foundation network activities and allowed private investors to develop networks. But then both AOL and Microsoft had to accept quite clear standard processes that had been developed by that time. Now, when we talk about LLMs, which is a really good example, then science that began already in the 50s, it was mentioned today several times already. This was done with public money as well. The famous story about transformers in 2017, the article "Attention is all you need," all of it used as the basis, public, free, available science, but it was written in Google. To me, it was an important moment. I remember the discussion here with Professor Villo whether university should protect their intellectual property better compared to previous times. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the resources anymore of the things they have invented or created. And before I told you about how the power of governments have been reduced in time compared to private sector. So we should redefine it. I think this is when it started. In the earlier phases compared to electricity or internet, all of this development was taken to private sector. And till today, this takes billions of dollars or euros. I'm glad that in Estonia there is a company that goes after NASA contracts, because then they can really do something for their scientists that need their brain power. Today, countries or governments don't even think about nationalizing infrastructure to ensure more democratic access as they did in the 40s. We can't really imagine this. This wouldn't happen. True, Wikipedia, all kind of academic information banks, they're all freely accessible data, study data, they're all created with public money. But let's say old school public money traditionally creates public benefits, then we don't agree that we change this concept that's centuries old, among others, the academia's opportunities to be used in their new scientific spirals are low. I think this has happened in another area which is developing at a fast pace. It's military industry. LLMs were born as a result of a natural academic development. Now, however, the conditions to develop military industry are much more barbaric, which we have been seeing ourselves. And as I said, governments don't have money, but private sector has. Companies do have money. So this is logical that even in defense industry, governments try to realize their will with others' money. They offer guarantees if needed in the form of long-term contract or financial guarantees. But the only role that the public money carries in weapon development today is the role of purchaser, someone who orders. But reindustrialization is the role of the private sector. And thank God it is so, because the market forces are a really good filter to establish what survives and what not. A good example, in 2023, for example, DOD spent the Department of Defense of the US $140 billion on R&D. This is more than any private enterprise in the world. However, during the past 10 to 15 years, compared to the time when the nuclear weapon was produced or internet was invented, so not only the work was done, but the development was done in an earlier phase. This has moved to, development phase has moved to the companies in the last 10 to 15 years. For example, SpaceX, Palantir, Anduril, Microsoft, Amazon, AWS, Defense, all of these names, they develop technology in their independent laboratories. They do it much faster in a bigger reach, and they employ people who don't find jobs at universities or who are offered lower salaries at universities. And the role of the state is to purchase and adapt to their needs what has been invented with the private investor money. Let's compare it to the times where, in order to the electricity to spread, the companies needed to be nationalized, or how long the state controlled the internet before giving it free access. Today, a company's contribution comes in an earlier phases and bigger volume, and in a way that tries to prevent future political decisions. And they even try to invest. For example, Google and Microsoft have both made contributions in for the future, whether for nuclear fusion or green energy production, by pre-purchasing the production. So now private companies do what governments did previously. For example, Helion, which is the fusion energy project, Microsoft with offtake power purchase agreements have already purchased the production. So it's 5 years for developing. We don't know if it will start working. Software, AI, autonomous systems, none of it is born in public sector. If the state wants to have a part in it, then they have to pay to be able to use this technology. I have a question. How does this slow shift, which in my opinion is very important, should impact how universities till the middle of this century see their role in knowledge transfer? I don't dare to look further away because the technological cycle is very quick. I would like to remind you what is created with public money, because also orders for Palantir and SpaceX, they came from public sectors. So everything created with public money is in a bigger part in free use, and the cash flow created with it is going to the businesses. I said already once that I don't think it's wrong, because when I look at how companies that have had the bigger liberty to decide what to do, how they have been doing. Let's look at the space companies, for example. SpaceX has received orders from NASA in billions. And with this money, they have reached to the point that over 60% of the world market, where the US government has to participate as a purchaser now, especially which regards space transport, is in their hands. But NASA does not earn any income from it. So the company belongs to Elon Musk by 100%. Ariane Group, which is a company that is most similar to SpaceX in Europe, this is the company funded by the member states and ESA. Half of it belongs to Airbus and 50% to Safran. States have maintained a bigger control on the company's activities, and the result, Ariane's price list, is 2 to 3 times more expensive compared to SpaceX Falcon, and after 2020 they have lost most of the market. So the aim was to gain independence from the US. However, this hasn't happened because of the expensive or high price. Chinese CASC, which is state-funded, is even worse than Ariane Group. If we look at the efficiency indicators, there's nothing to do. Wherever the government and state is involved, the more money it takes and the worse the result is. So we can't say that what has happened is bad. It has been practical from efficient use of funds. AI, which has the purpose of defense, government invests money, DOD, UK's MOD, NATO's Diana, EU, EDF and all. They offer from Palantir to Unreal. Another European company is added. Helsing, for example, in drone production, the picture is even clearer. Who can quickly direct money to the current needs? We need to have better drones tomorrow compared to what we have today, because otherwise, Baker, Skydio, Unreal, French Parrot, and Delair, they take over. And all of the development-related risk is in the private sector. They take the risks, but they also take the revenues. And governments and the military have to learn to use these technologies that they haven't even thought about ordering them. And this is the biggest difference. Before, the government or the state knew what they wanted. They gave an order. They controlled the development process. They ordered the components, parts. They owned the result, and sometimes they gave it to free access, as with internet, and sometimes they didn't. And now the question is, What should we do if this transfer is not taking place in the same way as we imagined? If it's not one way anymore, if it's just circular, what should we do in this case? I've belonged to working groups where they have academic discussions about controlling the technology and AI. And when we look at the discussions taking place in these working groups, I can see that compared to 25 years ago, in my opinion, the academia and public sector, the way they think or what they think about private sector, I feel there is a bigger shift. So basically scientists came together, they drew the picture on the wall or shadows on the wall. This is not what happens actually in the private sector. And then they started to fight against these shadows. I have to say I left this international working group because it seemed ridiculous. There was no point in continuing. In my opinion, it was not worth the time spent if we discuss things that we don't actually know. It was a very valuable working group, but I'm afraid there are more of those in the world. People don't understand that things have changed compared to what it was quarter of a century ago. Then we had to encourage scientists. Munich University, we did in Tartu as well, spin-off projects. We wanted to find practical use for our scientific inventions. And now the states, EU and NATO, even scientists and universities try to catch on with the developments, try to understand and control so that we wouldn't accidentally eliminate the society or the humankind in this big development. I feel that the US government understands that only through orders pre-purchasing the inventions, they won't reach the results anymore. Now they talk about the need to be a shareholder in the companies that develop the most critical future technologies in Intel and elsewhere, for example. So to sum up, I want to admit that the topic about how to transfer knowledge from universities to society, well, I have no idea how to do it. I'm not sure that this is I'm not sure it's a one-way road today. I think it's at least a two-way road, and I'm not sure how it should work in this new world. But I just see that the public contribution decreases and the private contribution increases. I did have some ideas when I was looking at this picture that maybe universities' future role is in helping the government so that they would create a better regulative environment. They would have a better understanding of these technologies. This is one of the hypotheses. The second hypothesis that maybe the answer is that universities' business is to help a wide circle of citizens to understand these technologies and also to know about these technologies that are needed in private sector. So basically helping to speed up the process of technologies becoming general purpose technologies, which is a completely opposite process to what it used to be. Or maybe these technologies change our societies so much, and it becomes crucial to understand how should regular people understand what is science-based and what is not. Or the main question to the scientists, the need to have a big leap in society science, social sciences. Today we can see that social structures are broken down. Peace is not peace, war is not war. We have no authority or hierarchy anymore that would support the society. Journalism has almost disappeared. It's not fact-checked. The state's right to regulate citizens' activity so that the society would benefit, this has reduced. Because people live their lives in structures that are bigger than the state itself. How would we ensure the functioning of the society? Maybe we should look into it. Even now, the technological development, maybe we should look at the university's role in this. I don't want to say that universities have a smaller role in knowledge transfer than it was. I think it's even more critical compared to the past. It's just that the direction is not so clear, science, application and spin-off. It's two-way road now, and it's important to understand it. In my opinion, if we are stuck with the model of the previous century and we don't understand the world we are now, then we can't take the responsibility and the role in the process of knowledge transfer. I don't know which of these hypotheses would be the correct one or wrong one. I think all of them are a little bit right and also are a little bit wrong. But talking about the societal processes, there is no right solution. There are more than one answers, and all of them might be a little bit wrong, a little bit correct. And of course, all of it is generalization, because in 20 minutes I cannot do more than give you this black and white picture. But even if we understand the role of the university in this new model of knowledge transfer, there is still the question, where does the money come from? It might be a long chain. Donald Trump might purchase shareholding in bigger companies and then the revenue goes to the universities. I don't think this actually happens. Then we must find another filter. I left the university council. When I left the university council, I proposed to bring in a legal an attorney to the council who would work with the protection of the intellectual property. We have to think how to protect it so that it would produce revenue to us in order to understand this, in order to fund these hypotheses that I presented, because the classical method, receiving funding from the governments and then the science is given away for free, this doesn't work. We can see the trends today, how much money we need for defense, military industry. I can see that there is more and more money in the private sector that is ready to take a bigger academic risk. It's not a bad thing, but we have to understand that this is what it is. This is what I wanted to tell you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. A few questions as well, since you are up on stage. We've received a number of questions. I have time for a few. Social scientists are up to date with changes in society, but their outcomes are not considered in risk analysis. Why so? I guess they don't use understandable terms. I don't know. Sometimes it'd be much easier if you just put together a simple sentence. Sometimes it's very complicated to read these texts and try to understand. The public sector, as a client of new technology, can control the price a little bit. So is Estonia doing a lot? No. Technology is created in the private sector. We cannot control the price. So when ESA or NASA has learned something, then at first it makes an agreement that if it becomes a real thing, then the income will be shared. Otherwise, all the income is individualized, which is the current model. How to make sure that research made on the basis of public funding would serve the interests of base science? That was the answer of the previous question. Base knowledge is not created in university anymore. The minister said that she's not going to cover it today, but I understand that in Estonia I also see that people with doctoral degrees have a lot to do in private sector, and I've never seen such high-tech labs in public sector as in the private sector. In Estonia, are we able to find the great entrepreneurs, except aside from Tõnu, who buy good ideas from university? Where can we find them? We can find them in Germany. I'm thinking of one of our companies who built a plant there, etc. We have some, but that's not necessarily the problem, because entrepreneurs go where there's the necessary energy for energy-intense production, for data hub, or maybe green energy as well. So all these things are actually intertwined. So still, I think the biggest problem of Estonian economy is the unresolved energy issue. This is holding us back the most. And there's one question that sort of is outside the topic area, but so in addition to technology development, should the service of acquiring higher education go private? So 12 years of school maybe could be done in 6 years if the private sector can provide it more efficiently. I do not think that. I think there's place for public and private sector education institutions on the market, but what I don't like, you just reminded me how many acquaintances I have who try to graduate from IT college by just listing their startups and defending their bachelor's degree, but they were all told that you cannot have practical value, that you already are rich off of it, so you cannot use it. Should scientists be the ones putting on the brakes when they see that a technology is going towards dangerous use? They don't have the power right now. How do you put the brakes on Musk if you're a scientist? It's a political responsibility and power. But do politicians need counseling with this? Of course they do. President Kersti Kaljulaid, thank you very much for this presentation.
Jätkame samal teemal ja...
Let's continue on the same topic, and now Vice Rector Tõnu Esko will come on stage and provide us with the aspect of the university regarding the same topic.
Head kuulajad, rektor.
Dear listeners, Rector, President, Minister, colleagues, we live in an age that is of decisive importance in the development of Estonian science and business. It's no longer the question of whether to move towards a knowledge-based society. It's the only realistic, sustainable and future-proof way. We are Universitas. University of Tartu as an interdisciplinary research institution is a place where knowledge and curiosity meet. And there, on the borderlines of knowledge, innovation is born. This is our strength and our responsibility. The university has all the prerequisites to carry this responsibility: our people, their knowledge, and international cooperation networks. Estonian economy and society must be based on knowledge, not cheap labor nor natural resources. It's all part of a bigger story. Europe is also facing reality suddenly, and this is described by Mario Draghi in his report on European competitiveness. And his message is clear: Europe stands out in research and ideas on a global level, but we are not able to turn this into economic success fast enough, into jobs and sustainable growth. Draghi describes a Europe where innovation is born, but is not escalated, where research is down, but the results remain between the walls of a lab, where companies are world level, but the markets are too fragmented to have global perceivable impact. This is a good era for research because it deals with problems, and problem is a complicated question that needs solutions and some facts what scientists could tackle. In Estonia, added value per employee is about 20% lower than in the EU on average, which shows the shortcomings in productivity between capital and contribution of science. But the state's ambition for 2035 is 120% of the EU average. In 2004, it was the worst year since 2008 for the startup sector. According to Startup Estonia, last year, just 2 knowledge-intense companies were registered, and investment volume decreased by 70%. And the ambition of the state is 500 knowledge-intense companies instead of the current 165. And when it comes to Estonia has been 16th in startup index, but still it's only 1.8% of the GDP that's the investment, but in the EU it's much higher. It refers to the fact that when it comes to innovation, then the potential has not been used. In 2025, around us, we see the first changes. The innovation infrastructure is more mature. In universities and other interest groups, we have reached a very important point. Knowledge transfer is becoming systemic instead of haphazard. The European Commission recently outlined that Europe's future competitiveness depends on how well we can tie research, innovation and industry into one value chain. This is a place where Estonia has its role. When Europe is speaking about the need to make knowledge and innovation into the central axis of economy, then we have the preconditions: small, flexible, agile state, strong research bases. And there are two main measures, economic and societal, to knowledge transfer. Now let's look at the societal side of things. Last year, or this year in September, based on public survey, only 40% of Estonian people felt that you can feel safe in Estonia right now. Based on Eurobarometer survey, 63% of people think that over the past 7 days they have encountered misinformation. The 2023 integration monitoring states that 28% of other nationality Estonian residents have not integrated and passively oppositional. 15% of them are actively critical and distrustful of Estonia. Can we claim that the outlined trends are the fertilizer for the future? Definitely, but with the condition that the knowledge transfer processes are in place and we can still fly a plane that is still being built. And the question of how society can use knowledge is becoming more important, not just produce it. One of the key indicators is shaping a wise client culture, the skill to commission, interpret, and implement knowledge-based knowledge consciously. That it's knowing that it's a process that presumes dialogue and mutual learning between scientists, policy makers, civic societies, and businesses. This cooperation lays the foundation where decisions are not based on ideological preferences or random opinion, but knowledge analysis. When society loses critical thinking, it becomes vulnerable. However strong the technology or defense industry, if people can no longer differentiate truth from manipulation, the state is weak. As scientists, we need to look at ourselves honestly and ask, are we doing enough for making what we do understandable and necessary for society? It cannot be just an academic dialogue. We need to consciously look for cooperation with partners from outside university, entrepreneurs, policy makers, and think tanks. This is a transdisciplinary approach in its deeper meaning, the dialogue of researchers with society. As a national university, it is our responsibility not to limit ourselves to just scientific observation, analysis, and generalization, but we have to take on the role of an active interpreter, because we need the results of science to be applied in societal processes. For example, the European Competitiveness Fund could be seen as a development area with the volume of 400 billion euros, focusing on transition to clean energy, digital transition, healthcare, biotechnology, defense, and space. Universities like Tartu University have special responsibility in this context. And knowledge transfer is created by people, and the result depends on how well the message is forwarded. And it's as important that society, the client, makes an effort. We need to make an effort that all of the stakeholders in knowledge transfer participate in a dialogue. Scientists need to pose relevant research questions and try to explain the outcomes. We need transdisciplinary interpreters. Policymakers need to actually be interested and ready to consider the outcomes of research. And businesses need to be ambitious. And the rector already referred to anti-corruption law, where it's become a real hindrance to knowledge transfer. And Estonia is the only country in Europe where this is the case. So the new strategic plan focuses on thematic areas and does not prefer natural sciences to humanities or medicine to social sciences. And we focus on knowledge transfer becoming systemic. First of all, the emphasis in economy and business is on valuing ideas with big societal impact and more efficient implementation. Secondly, towards society, we're taking a more active professional interpreter role, shaping the platform of applied research or inter and transdisciplinary approach ensures covering complicated multifaceted societal challenges, and the ambition of our vision by 2035 is that 80% of Estonian knowledge-intense companies would work with Tartu University, and the added value per employee in Estonia reaches 120% of the European average. Our goal as the national university is to shape Estonia into an environment where a high-level research, entrepreneurial thinking, innovation meet for companies that create more added value. Successful knowledge transfer presumes a dedicated scientist, smart client, transdisciplinary interpreter, and future-oriented implementer. Often we expect somebody else to bring change, but Obama has said we are the change that we have been waiting for. And it is a very good time to implement change because complicated tasks make researchers act. Curiosity needs to meet ambition and responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Tõnu, Esko. And we'll move on to panel discussion in a minute. And as tradition, previously we'll look at a brief video, Vox Populi, in the university building and on the street.
Ülikooli väga lai eesmärk on muuta maailma ja ühiskonda paremaks kohaks, lahendada probleeme. No, kui valida üks probleem, mida Tartu Ülikooli teadlased peaksid maailmas ära lahendama, siis mis see võiks olla?
No minu valdkond on kultuuripärandiga seotud ja ma arvan, et see, et kui me suudaksime päriselt õppida minevikust, et vältida juba tehtud vigu tulevikus, siis see oleks suur asi.
We have to solve the most painful points of the society. We have to ensure defense. We have to make sure that we are competitive on the world ranking and market and that sort of stuff. So I think that competitiveness and education, there are two things. You ask for one, I take one. Pick one yourself.
Et kuidas me tagame selle, et eesti keelt räägitakse ka 100 aasta pärast samasugustes laialdastes kontekstides nagu praegu, et meil on eesti keel teaduskeelena, eesti keel vaba ajakeelena, et me seda ei kaotaks.
Kuivõrd üldse on oluline, et ülikoolis ja teadlaste tehtav jõuaks tagasi ühiskonda?
Ma arvan, et see väga oluline, miks me seda muidu teeme. Käisin eelmine nädal ühel Londonis konverentsil, kus kasutati sõna pracademic ehk siis praktiline akadeemik. Et ma arvan, et seda mõtteviisi peabki üha rohkem ka, et me praktikasse paneme oma akadeemilisi teadmisi.
No see on ju väga oluline, sest et ülikool saab otseselt maksumaksjatelt raha, nii et sellest ideaalis peakski olema kasu ju siis Eesti ühiskonnale ja Eesti maksumaksjatele.
Kuivõrd ühiskond, olgu see poliitikud või mingid muud otsustajad, peaksid kuulama rohkem teadlasi ja siit ülikoolist tulevat tarkust?
Ma arvan, et see, mida meie siit ütleme, edasi anname, on mingil määral kindlasti ühiskonna selline vastustus võib-olla vastu võtta, aga teine sama suur osa on meil endal, et me ise annaks märku meie, kes oleme otsustanud, võib-olla mõned ütleksid oma elevandiluutornis siin teadusega tegeleda, et meie annaks ühiskonnale teada, mida meie vajame ja mis meie arvamus on sellest, mis meie ümber toimub.
Jällegi COVID-i pandeemia ajast see, kui palju räägiti sellist eriala žargooni, kui palju niimoodi ülevalt alla kõneldi, et selles suhtlusviisis on vaja mingisugust muutust. Et inimesed saaksid ka aru, mida tehakse.
Oleks vaja teadusfoorumit, kus me tegelikult, meil on digitaalne riik, aga me ei ole loonud sellist läbipaistvat viisi, kuidas meie teadmisi integreerida riigijuhtimisse, siis tegelikult ikkagi tahetakse teha otsuseid kuskil kinnisuuste taga ja räägime asjad selgeks, siis me otsustame. Et tegelikult võiks olla meil selline läbipaistev platvorm, kus nagu kõiki teadlasi hästi kergelt kaasatakse ja nad saavad kaasa rääkida.
Ja suur tänu arvajatele.
I would like to thank to respondents at university. Now for the panel discussion, I would like to invite to the stage the CEO of the Estonian Employers Confederation, Hando Sutter, Associate Professor in Social Communication and Dean of the University of Tartu Faculty of Social Sciences, Margit Keller, then Strategy Director at the Government Office of Estonia, Mari-Liis Sööt, and CEO of Better Medicine, Priit Salumaa. Let's begin with very simple things. Thinking about the presentation of President Kaljulaid, how much do you agree with the fact that university or scientists, they are just trying to catch up? They are not carrying the inventions or changes. Margit? Well, I'm a social scientist to whom the responsibility was placed. I don't have the competence to argue against President Kaljulaid. I think the technological innovation or development takes place in private companies. But I don't want to believe that our technology institute is just sitting there and not doing anything. But what concerns humanities and social sciences, well, society is a big system. It has legal system, education, there are consumers, people, culture. In these fields, in science, we are not just catching up. And I hope that today we can discuss these hypotheses. What is the role of the university? How and to whom we can offer the advice? How simplistic we have to be in our phrasing? I think the mission is big and a lot has been done, but we could do even better. But we are not just catching up. Hando Sutter? The fact that the world has changed, I have to agree with this. It has become much more multifaceted, but I believe that we just have to adapt with it. We have to find our roles, which was really well presented in the presentation. I think that a bigger worry is when we look at the past 20 years in the world, the way that value has been created in the States versus the Europe, this is a big issue. So we shouldn't just compare private and public sector. We should think together how to catch up. And when we look at Estonia in Europe, then the picture is quite sad here as well. I think Urmas Varblane had a really good presentation in the same building and really showed us the numbers. If 10 years ago, for example, we were at least half better than Lithuania in productivity and salaries, then now the salaries are 20% higher in Lithuania or in Estonia. The salaries are still higher, but the productivity is much lower than in Lithuania. Mari-Liis? I believe that we live in the times of innovation, scientific discoveries. All of this has usually have taken place during the crisis, and now we are also living in a crisis. And now I don't think that science is just trying to catch up. I think that there is the expectation that the science could be commercialized, that the results would be applicable in practice. And today what is clear is that the expectation is to give us some kind of military advantage. Let's say from the government's point of view, this is what we work with the most. Priit? I don't think that we are just catching up, not yet at least. It really depends on the people, on cooperation. For example, our company, my co-founder is, or he wants to become a professor in the University of Tartu. He's not yet, but he will be. And thanks to my co-founder and this close relation that we have with the University of Tartu, so the venture capital branch, thank God it's there, it's participants in our company. I think that based on our example, on my company's example, what we do together with the University of Tartu is not just about catching up, for sure. And President Kaljulaid said or mentioned it, But what I wanted to say is that thanks to the fact the university is a shareholder, then this has also been solved. If we become successful, university is participant as well. Okay, but from an entrepreneur's point of view, what does the entrepreneur need for a quick innovation? Well, being ready to cooperate is one of the things. I think this is what we have. Then intellectual property, how much you can use it. If there are limitations to me as an entrepreneur, then I really have to think about it, whether I want to deal with it internally or I can do it at the university. And the freedom of access must be there, even if I as an entrepreneur, I'm still very poor. But I think thanks to this shareholding that the university has, it's quite well regulated. But in general, readiness for cooperation. Mari-Liis, these limitations to intellectual property or anything else that inhibits the entrepreneurs to apply this knowledge, can this be removed? Today it was mentioned several times, anti-corruption law. I don't know anyone today who would know someone who couldn't practice knowledge transfer due to this law, but I know that universities have presented their worries that there are limitations to their activities, which mean that in the law regarding corruption there is limitation, or it's forbidden to have any decisions done regarding yourself. So, for example, if I'm a government official, I cannot make any decisions regarding this company. But we have a draft being created, which would allow some exceptions to the university when we talk about high technology. What regards intellectual property rights, then I know the Ministry of Justice promised to do something by the end of next year. What exactly, that I don't know. But there are some thoughts that the doctoral students' rights are outdated. So previously I talked about procedural restrictions that would inhibit. But one topic that would be an obstacle to science, this is data protection and using personal data. Yes, we have to protect basic rights and data. However, this cannot be done on the account of just sitting on top of these millions of data and not doing anything, because maybe someone might misuse them. Today, there are developed all kinds of technologies that enable to use such data in a way that you couldn't identify the person behind the data. I know you could tell a lot about it maybe, and whether this has been an obstacle, the regulations that are strict. What are, from the entrepreneurs' side, issues that the government and private sector should work together to solve? Well, I thought a lot about indicators when I came here, and everyone has mentioned them. And now I heard that from Tõnu that the topic of indicators has been resolved, that what regards publications, the university starts to measure productivity. It's a big shift. And if we manage to sell it in the academic world, I think this would be historical. But now, in a more serious tone, well, the paradox is there. If companies want to move faster than their competitors and provide some new innovative products and services and not talk about it, be secretive, the university wants to talk about it before everything has been done even. So there is the contradiction, which could be a good example of how we use different language or how we have different expectations. But in general, when talking about productivity and when we say that this could be our common objective, 2035, for example, the university has its strategic plan, but it's also Estonian strategic plan, higher productivity per person compared to the European average. And I think in 2021, it was 84%. Now we have dropped from this level. So what has carried us along quite well. We were on the we were stable in productivity per person. Although we contribute as a society in absolute value more than ever, we contribute to science and education, it doesn't reach the economy. We need to solve this issue in cooperation among these different parties. For this, we need strategic cooperation. But the fact that we have a common objective, this is a really good starting point. Margit, what could be the university's role in the knowledge transfer? Maybe we should divide this knowledge transfer in two chunks. One of the blocks could be called science communication. If a scientist talks to different stakeholders in the society about what they have achieved, what are the results, it doesn't have to be only applied science, it could also be the base science. We have done a lot, but I think we have a lot of space still to develop. Is the scientist the best person to communicate? What kind of support they might need in order to present their scientific results to their target groups, to the final consumer or policymaker? How to present them according to their needs? Because information overflow is intense, and to expect that the scientist or researcher would be able to produce TikTok videos constantly, this is not possible. We need really good tools and really good support services who could help the scientist or researcher. Now, what concerns applied research, I can talk from the social scientist point of view. Our biggest commissioner is the state, local municipalities, non-profit organizations, but it's mainly public sector. And dialogue, cooperation. I've heard these two keywords several times today. I'm happy that Kristina Kallas mentioned the word long-term plan or long-term funds. When I look at our research or applied research, then long-term funding is not 10 years, it's 2 months. So super fast procurement cycle. We talked about publication rally, and now as academics we need to look into the mirror and ask, why do we generate it? And on the other side, I can say that from the government side, it's the rally of procurements. I don't know if we can make the 10-year plan. If the state cannot make the 10-year plan, then maybe they can create a 3-year plan so that we could have some kind of cooperation, we could create trust. Otherwise, the cooperation is only based on ad hoc cooperation. And we need longer framework contracts during which we could test, make mistakes, try out new cooperation formats. For example, I am very deeply involved in the Ida-Virumaa county of in their transition process. We managed to create a niche in the measures for their transition, and we are looking into the transition over there. We have a very interdisciplinary a group. It's a long-term project. We can test and look for target groups in this county, and it's not an easy task necessarily, because the local municipalities might not know what to ask or how to ask from the scientists. So it's a process of building trust in the long term, and we need such cooperation. University can take a proactive role, but we need someone else on the other side. So on the one hand, you need long-term cooperation, but at the same time also react quickly, because we know that the world changes at a fast pace, and university needs to be able to make a turn if it's needed. Mari-Liis? Yes. The same way that we need slow journalism, we also need the same approach. When policymakers have issues and questions, they need quick answers. I see this every day, and I understand the previous speaker as well, that in order to discover something, you need time and adequate results. But I really like the Finnish system. If I'm not wrong, then their a government's office has such an opportunity. If there is a societal issue that needs quick solution, then the scientists, the researchers of this field is just a phone call away, and the result is there in a week. For example, if there were a school shooting in Finland, then researchers or criminologists then would create the report that policymakers could use to make decisions for the next steps. In Estonia, I think this is this niche field that needs developing. But why don't we have it? I don't know why exactly, but I can see two problems or opportunities to improve. One is that the whole process, how we commission service, is slow. We apply for permits, we have procurements and so on. We can't react quickly. And on the other hand, the whole world, how scientists work, they have their lectures, projects, reporting, they are not available right away. So we don't have such a system with having a scientist or researchers available right away to react quickly. I think the strategic partnership wouldn't help either, because the strategic partnership as well is usually long-term and the process takes time. So you need this unit that would react quickly according to the field. Yes, some fields need a really quick reaction or advice. We would really like to do it, but then someone has to pay for that time and carry out the lectures. Probably, if we look for solutions, then we would find some. But in my opinion, in the university, what is an obstacle for innovation is the time. We have no time for anything. Our calendars are full. Then the question is, what are they? What's in the calendar that stops us? Well, it's not impossible, but we can't just say that the scientist leaves their projects and applications and doesn't carry out the lectures, is just waiting for the call. And if no one is calling from the government's office, then who will pay? Priit Saluma, how to find at the universities these areas of cooperation that have the most perspective that could be taken to businesses? Maybe they are somewhere in the lectures, and if you're an outsider, you don't even know how to bring it to your business. I think the things that are in the university, I think it's almost impossible to find them as an outsider. They have to move from the university to the external environment. But when I think about being an entrepreneur, is to understand in which institute certain knowledge could be. We need the courage to go there, and there needs to be some readiness to talk to me for half an hour. I don't know, go for a lunch together, for example. I think this is the place where we could say that the knowledge that I need, and to understand where the knowledge is in the university, this could be initiated by the company or by the society. They could come to the institute and say, we have such an issue. Is there anyone who could help us? And to this challenge, and to answer to this challenge, I think this is the way how knowledge could be transferred. Maybe not from this particular institute where I turn to, but from another one. But at least they could tell me where to go. I think there should be this readiness to go and help the private sector or the society when they ask for help. I think this is what it should look like. Hando Sutter, do you think that employers find people that they need to find? Yes, I have to praise the University of Tartu for my previous experience. I have, from my previous phases of life, I have really had good experience in Tartu, and I have really looked with the support of Toomas Hendrik, looked for ideas, to know what I could do better in my work. We have different projects in different fields, and I know many successful enterprises that have been that have flourished thanks to the knowledge they received from the University of Tartu. But I wanted to comment the social sciences point of view. Kristina Kallas can correct me, but if I remember, then this ministry's money was directed to doctoral studies because it was underused. Was it so? I think you need to sell yourself better. In Estonia, I hear such silly things from intelligent people sometimes. And I know there's a lot of expertise in these areas in Estonia. And I think that if you see that in the University of Tartu, there are people who tell nonsense publicly, then you have to react. It doesn't require any research. You can just go and say, we actually know the topic. There is a crisis of trust in Estonia, and it's because the experts or people who actually know about topics, they don't talk anymore. We have a small country. We just have to say something when we see that people who decide on the Estonian future, they use wrong data or wrong baseline. So we have to make ourselves heard. We have to be courageous in this sense. But now what concerns cooperation between public and between private sector and university, well, many enterprises are small in Estonia, and their capability to finance this fundamental science is modest. However, if we think about the fact that today we have Enterprise Estonia, I belong to their supervisory board as well, and we try to do things differently so that this impact can be measurable and seen. We all know about the funding. They have RUP programs and so on, which are very popular. We try to use the money as quickly as possible. This is the main indicator, how quickly we can do it. We don't talk much about how in Europe there are better opportunities for science and research funding. And there are a few success stories in Estonia which have reached this funding. But maybe if we cooperated better, different companies, university, but also international cooperation, then perhaps we could actually bring in more research R&D projects from Europe that are funded by Europe to Estonia. And maybe we should have a broader view. But our main indicator shouldn't be how quickly we can use Enterprise Estonia's money, but the main indicator should be how quickly we can grow further. I would like to add to what Ahando said, how many scientists are ready to contribute to policy making, to participate in public discussion. If someone says in the radio that you are an idiot, does the scientist really want to participate in this battle, Margit Keller? I don't have a clear answer. Do they want or not? There might be some who enjoy it. It's complicated. Who would like to be, called idiots in radio? No one wants to do this. Once again, let's talk, let's contribute, let's be visible. Yes, one thing, it's about the time. Is the time used in a reasonable manner? Then yes, it is. We need to be visible. This is necessary for us. Sometimes we have to fight with nonsense, but this is our mission. And there should be like a package of what the scientist said. On the one hand, previous knowledge, argument based on previous research. It's complicated. It's difficult to sell it with 3 brief sentences. It's not natural to scientists. There are a few who are like rock stars who can be great in science and also in selling it. I think sales is it belongs to professional communication. Tomorrow we will start discussing, for example, how to do better in scientific communication. So there is space for us to develop further. But whether it's complicated or not, what is the quality of the debate? I would like to mention the term values. As scientists, we often say that we are value neutral. Science is pure truth, objective. Science is never, as Toomas Hendrik Ilves said at the beginning, we are just not floating above the world. We are a part of the world. And every scientific group has some kind of a value. They take some values as the basis, and very often we don't say it out loud, what are our values. But I think we should do it more. We shouldn't pretend that we are neutral in values, especially in humanities and social sciences. It's impossible. We are always a part of the society. And we should also understand that some positions, Taavi, I'm looking at you as well, in the media are widespread. There is no ideology or values. We just say it's objective truth. I don't want to go too deep into this topic, otherwise we will never get out of it. But the ideological blindness is not only widespread among scientists, but it's also spread among journalists. We have to understand what are the values and ideologies that are the basis for us. Sometimes, yes, the well-being of society, it might contradict the well-being of planet or ecology, and then we have to find compromises in this debate. We shouldn't call each other's names. Now, how well do you see how ready scientists are to come and argue against these contradictory debates? I remember something that happened a few weeks ago. I'm not sure if it was a debate, but it was a report about giving birth to children and supporting it and supporting educating children. I think this report, Ministry of Social Affairs had brought in scientists to create this report, but then they said it was biased. Several scientists said it was biased as a report and it's conservative as a worldview. It blames women. And then the Democrats who participated in this debate, they argued against it. Indeed, scientists debate among themselves, and at the same time they also debate publicly or express opinions publicly. In spring, European Commission published a report about Estonia, how the knowledge could reach better in policy making. And there were two issues pointed out. One was the simple sentence, maybe politicians and policymakers don't know how to. We don't know how to say it in simple words to policymakers. What is the recommendation? And the second, what the scientists said, is that we are missing the bridges who would interpret this knowledge. Then I thought about the scientific advisors that are working at the ministries. They should be bridges. And we should think about whether the expectations we have to these advisors is the right one, or should we redefine it? Interpreting the knowledge hasn't really given us the results that we have been expecting. Yes, and I would like to remind you that you can ask questions from the panelists, and there are plenty, so I will take the first one. It's actually a proposal. Couldn't the government office open kind of a hint line where they could, give hints or tips if they hear that nonsense is talked? Sure, let's do it. Okay, this hotline will be created. How could the University of Tartu nudge this interdisciplinary cooperation so that something else wouldn't? To whom is the question? I don't know. Interdisciplinarity is a very important topic for me. And I think it's not easy to nudge it so simply and say become interdisciplinary tomorrow. We can see that there are scientists, they make up maybe 10% who are interdisciplinary in the total population. But these complex projects of the real world are interdisciplinary. War, mental health, they don't ask, what are the borders of the discipline or the field. This is a place where we should really look in the mirror. The academic structure and our world is really focused on specific disciplines. We have great examples of several centers of excellence. In Estonia, we have 10 of such, which are interdisciplinary and use long-term funding. But for interdisciplinary cooperation, it's not a hobby project of an enthusiastic scientists. All kind of grants, where to publish, career. If you want to be interdisciplinary in your work, then it might happen that you become stranger to your own colleagues and you're also a stranger to others. So we have to look into it.
Question to Priit and Hando. Are Estonian companies really interested and ready to fund knowledge transfer and need educated employees? I think there's a reference to the daily Postimees article. Head of MRO Estonia has said that the average salary is 1.5 times Estonian average salary, which is poor compared to global scale. Well, the short answer is yes. Our average salary is just above 2 times Estonian average salary. And with the smart people, what I like in working with Tartu University and in the Computing Institute, there are also people who we don't pay salary to, but who we work with. And it's cool. It's all legal. It's legal because we have an R&D contract. We pay for their work, but they're not on our payroll directly. So the point is that for 5 years, we have worked on the basis of this contract. Every month we pay money to Tartu University, and we are very happy about this partnership. So it's all possible. And I had a comment before, if I may add, to the last question to me and Hando. I thought about it a little bit, how this knowledge could reach relevant places from Tartu University. Tartu University, I believe, has some unitary elements, and in Estonia we have Enterprise Estonia and we have European funding. Our company has received the EIC, European Innovation Council grant, for example. There's such a thing as an entrepreneuring resident. So Tartu University has the investment fund. So if you put a bit more fuel into the investment fund and introduce this concept that for a certain period of time, companies can spend with university researchers as mentors and who are looking for the next challenge, for example, then this role could be brought into the university. So when there is a researcher who has an awesome technological or scientific achievement and somebody thinks we need to solve this problem in the world, then these people should be brought together and we might get better outcomes. So in addition to new ventures, there's ESA and the grants, and if we put it all together, then we could have the possibility to spin things out of Tartu University more actively. It doesn't need to be just the researcher or doctoral student. You can have a person with the right mindset who's brought into the university. Maybe that would be one way to boost knowledge transfer. Very good. On to the next question. To Mari-Liis Sööd. Based on analysis from Estonian Research Council, only 53% of the work commissioned from researchers ends up in politics, in decision making. Are the results too theoretical, worded in a too complicated way, or unpleasant for the government that they don't want to use it? 50%, that's close to half. So is the glass half full or half empty? As much as I've been exposed to policy making, then this knowledge is used quite a lot. But before we heard about the ideological gap, that if a recommendation, like with the report of the Ministry of Social Affairs, causes so much dispute and opposition, then you cannot surpass this in any way. But my experience is that these surveys and research is commissioned a lot. Often they are repeat surveys, which should in the near future be replaced by a database approach. So based on the same data that we have already gathered into 1,300 data sets, we could omit quite a few surveys and add value and interpret the data we have. If I may comment on the interdisciplinarity question, then I'm not up to speed. Earlier we heard about measures. So to what extent does the university measure its commercialization of research, or is it a measure for academic success? But the prerogative is with the number of prototypes in natural and exact science and patent number and things like this, but we should equally value the quality of the product, the impact. So I think that in such a way, different disciplines can be brought together. In one of the videos, somebody said that bringing the different disciplines together is so complicated, but if we do it through objectives where we value both, maybe it's not so complicated to bring the different stakeholders together and disciplines together. Now we are reaching the end of the day, so I will sum up the panel discussion as well. So one specific step or idea that would help make knowledge transfer more reliable and efficient in Estonia. And dear participants as well, please submit your ideas on our online platform. Priit, let's start with you. I think I already proposed that idea, the entrepreneurial residence. So this is one step that would help. Reliability, I don't know. If Tartu University is not reliable, then who is? I think there is correspondence already. Mari-Liis. I agree with the last statement full-heartedly. I think that when the university works on every researcher and scientist asking about what they're doing regarding research, what is the discovery in this invention for society and who is the end user, and this is internalized way of thinking, then this helps transfer the knowledge to society better. Margit? And following up on what Mari-Liis said before, then as to the advisors and research advisors at ministries, then we have taken up a regular communication format with them. So this is long-term partnership, though people rotate, but I still think that there's no other way but to try and discuss the fears and expectations and find ways to cooperate. And looking inside the university, maybe application and social impact could be highlighted better in the job description so that people would be motivated. It's not just teaching and publications, but also social impact for academic attestation and all the other rituals we have in this university. Just highlighting it more. And Hando? Yes. It seems to me, listening to all this, that in Estonia we need a clear innovation strategy that would bring together companies' development goals and universities' goals, and the joint measure could be creation of value. And how do we measure it? It should be data-based. So right now it seems that research world and business world are speaking in different languages and moving at different paces. So I think this would help. So it would all be common ground, and we want to achieve the productivity goal for 2035 in Estonia, then we should measure it every year, how we are progressing, and everybody has a specific role in it, then why not? And also more efficient operation of society, not just business, but for the state overall. We should have measures everywhere of how to become better. And the university here still has a big role to play. I'm quite certain of that. Thank you very much to the panelists for these ideas. Thank you to the panelists. We have reached the last part of the day, and we've had very substantial discussions which can continue at the University of Tartu Art Museum reception. But to finish and for a summary, I will pass the floor now to Rector Toomas Hendrik.
Peaks olema lihtne.
It should be easy, but it might not be.
Igal juhul alustaksin nii nagu just Taavi lõpetas.
As Taavi finished, I would also like to start now with extending my gratitude. Thank you to all the speakers and the panelists for your ideas, because the goal, as worded in the beginning, is that we gather ideas of how to move forward.
Arengukavas suhteliselt üldsõnaliselt sõnastatud.
How quite generally worded thematic areas of the strategic plan could be made more practical.
Mõtteid kindlasti on palju ja
lots of ideas have been expressed, and of course I cannot sum them up here and now, but I would like to highlight some points.
Aga pigemalt siis markeerib ära, et millest juttu oli.
So just to go over what was discussed. In the very beginning, regarding internationalization, it is important that we all understand that we're speaking about a national university, but we all understand that this national university needs to remain international, and we should also emphasize that we are an international research university. And the minister also highlighted it that we need to be proud that we are still playing in this league and we are more and more visible. And we should separately outline academic freedom as a topic. We are high in the ranking list, and it is our role to understand it better and highlight it and protect it. President Ilves says thoughts regarding whether the scientists from the US should be brought to Estonia more. We should discuss it definitely. The great examples from before the Second World War and post-Second World War in Europe and the rest of the world need to be analyzed. So far, we have had the attitude that it's not just the US, but the smart researchers from across the globe, and we need to look at it more broadly, who it's worth bringing here. The issue of Ukraine is something that we should pay much more attention to, though in very different ways we have assisted the Ukraine so far as well. And I really liked the exchange of thoughts with colleague Elmer Sterkan, that the topic of Ukraine is something we should look at more broadly with the other universities in our network. We might not have the capacity needed alone to provide more assistance, but of course Tartu University also has expertise to offer. And I think that the highlighted language issues It's not so much about the individual level, but the research group level that's worth maintaining and developing. Academic succession. The minister highlighted that universities are under more and more pressure, not only in Tartu, but more broadly. The research and science system is under pressure, not just here, but elsewhere as well. And all the anti-globalization attitudes are something we need to deal with even more. And creating a stable environment for succession presumes that the state and the university both contribute. So it's not just a concern for the university alone. And all the aspects that were highlighted, I believe that we can follow them. And long-term job security. So this is something that was also discussed. And it's worth more discussion. New generation value set. That the new generation, I like to hear it from the students, that they value dedication, and they're ready and willing to take on an academic path. And during this academic year, I met with medical students at the research event that they initiated, and the leaders are really bright-eyed, and I think this gives a little bit of a hope that academic succession is up and coming. The youth expect, I understood from the panel, that they expect case studies and experience and role models, so I think we have to offer more of it. And the knowledge transfer component. Continuing on what the president said, private capital is becoming more important, that it's a two-way movement, and it really is so. And maybe one thing that requires deeper discussion is that basic research is not done only in the university, but also elsewhere. So we need to strike a balance. How much here, how much elsewhere, and what are these movements like? This deserves discussion as well. Flexibility. Entrepreneurs expect flexibility from the university, and Mari called it plasticity. Well, as a doctor, plasticity means different things for me, especially when it has to do with the brain. It refers to a huge trauma, and that the brain can compensate in quite a skillful way. So food for thought. But I think flexibility is definitely important. And the mentioned theme was also data use. As an example from Jaak Vilo, and more broadly, and this is an issue that definitely needs to be solved. And I would like to praise the minister's input. And this long-term money, I would maybe say long-term plan is what we have used as a term. And of course, this is related to money as well. But I think this is the most central keywords I heard today, that we need a longer term understanding, not running headlessly here and there. It shouldn't be based on 1 year. These are political decisions. We can stand by close to them, but we do need a more stable environment and more long-term plans on all levels. And going back to succession, there, my good colleague Kristjan Bassel has said that there was discussion of work groups, and what Sander highlighted, that it's important. University development requires new areas, new topics. So new working groups, not individuals, one scientist alone, but they're working groups for it. And when you think of the size of the working group, 5 or 6 people, scientists, then we'll get stuck in our growth potential. We don't have the required number of people, maybe. And one scientist cannot hold up an entire topic. We need a working group for that. And Anti-Corruption Act was also mentioned, that if we want to transfer our knowledge, then it can be a hindrance. I still quite firmly believe that it is an obstacle. And asking whether we can give examples here, well, giving 1 or 2 examples is not the solution, that we shouldn't go off of exceptions. The problem is there, and I think that it deserves further discussions. I'm happy that lots of ideas were gathered, and it was quite general discussion today, and the strategic plan is worded in a general way, but the panel discussions today highlighted specific concrete things that in the framework of the strategic plan we want to discuss further on the basis of development plans that are shorter term. What should we expect from the state? Definitely their proposed long-term plan is something that we here at the university, but the society as a whole expects. And the legal space needs to be revised a bit as well to adapt higher education and what is taking place in higher education, data protection, visa policy. These are the things that the university might need. I don't want to go into further detail, despite the fact that we have been granted an additional hour today with the turning of the clock. But I will finish here. I'd like to first thank Taavi Eilat for accepting this task. I think he managed it wonderfully, and Taavi deserves an applause. But it's not just one person. There are actually many people from University of Tartu who are behind the format that Taavi carried out. There are a lot of people who have contributed to today's event. And so now I can say that everybody is welcome to the Art Museum to carry on our discussions. Thank you.